that stream. Okay, those are started. Let's make sure my phone picks those up. And 1 and 2. All right, we're live on YouTube. Friends who are joining us, welcome in. It's nice to have you. If you are catching this on YouTube, please hit the like button. It'd be great because that helps the stream get out to new people. If you got a notification that I'm live, welcome in. If you're watching on Twitch, nice to have you. Today we're going to be doing 2 different recipes we're developing. One is for work. That is a lemon chicken orzo. That is a dish that I have made a few times. I've never really formalized it. It's always just kind of an ad hoc sort of thing. So I'm looking forward to actually putting some detail around it and making it like a followable, repeatable recipe. That's always fun. Sometimes it's challenging to do that with a dish because often when I'm cooking, I'm not actually doing any measuring. So it's fun to it's fun to get something across the line in that way, but it's also it can be challenging, especially if it's something that's pretty simple. One pan dishes, I think, are fun. So we're going to try to make this all, not try, we are going to make all of this in one pan. I'm hoping that this is a skillet style meal, meaning you could make it in cast iron skillet, you could make it in stainless steel skillet. I think we're going to use the stainless steel skillet today because it has a nice lid to it. And if it doesn't quite fit in there, then we will recalibrate and try it again, otherwise. The other recipe that we're doing today is not for work. This is just a personal fun thing that I'd like to do. It came out of a suggestion from stream 2 weeks ago, member of the community. We were going back and forth. They asked if I had any good recipes for beets or specifically beet cookies. And I was like, no, but those definitely exist. And they do. And we looked a few of them up last week and some of them looked good. Some of them looked bad. Some of them looked bad and sounded good. Some of them looked good and sounded complicated. Anyway, I put together a recipe for this that combines a couple elements from some of these other cookies. It uses beet puree. So the goal here is I want to use like real beets. Like you get beets, the real ones, and not say beetroot powder, which I bought at Reading Terminal Market just because if I want to tweak this and add a little beetroot powder to it, maybe for color, I don't know. We'll see. So this uses beet puree. I'm going to mix that with some honey and some mascarpone. I haven't decided if I want to use mascarpone cheese or sour cream. I might opt for sour cream because it's a little bit tangy. I might also opt for whole milk, not whole milk, sorry, heavy cream. I'm not really sure yet. I'm gonna sort of talk that through. Anyway, we're making some beet cookies. It has, like I said, it has honey, it has sugar, they have butter. I'm gonna use rye flour because I like the idea of a little bit like whole wheat, sort of a rye taste to it. I was looking for lavender. But I could not find that in the grocery stores that I have access to. And we're also going to use orange extract. So main flavors are beet, honey, vanilla, orange, and rye flour. I don't have lavender. I looked for it. Instacart said they had it at both the stores I went to. I physically went to the stores and found it in neither place. Did I ask anybody where it was? No, I did not. Is it probably there? Yes. Is it probably stashed away in like the weird health food section of one of these places, along with like, I don't know, liver supplements and other shit, yeah, I'm sure it is. But I didn't find it, and we're not going to use it. So there's that. Welcome in. Thanks for hanging out. If you are seeing this on YouTube, we are also on Twitch. Same name, Eat It Dads. If you are on Twitch and you prefer to watch on YouTube, there's a link to that in chat. You should also know that follows are silent, subscriptions are silent. If you have an inclination to hang out and you want to hit the follow button, you can do that without any alerts or sounds, chat messages. I'm not going to say hi to you if you like, subscribe, follow. You can interact in chat if you want, either on Twitch or on YouTube. The chat that you're seeing, the overlay down in the corner of the screen here, is all Twitch chat. So, FYI. Splits, I'm scrolling back up in the Twitch chat. Master Splits 21 years ago to my life changed forever. Congratulations, or I'm sorry. One of those two things. Megan, hello. Welcome in. Twinderella, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior. Nick, it was you. I actually have a clip. I clipped when we were talking about that for posterity. It's somewhere in the clips. It's somewhere in the clips section on the videos page on Twitch, and I'm assuming I typed clips in chat and then I realized there's not a command for it. Anyway, smart to wear dark clothes. I know, Shayna. We're gonna try. Although I am wearing my Bortco shirt underneath this, and we're probably gonna switch. I'll probably put an apron on when I'm working with the beets. Yeah, beet powder is good for adding color. I was at Reading Terminal. I saw it. I was like, I'll buy it. Why not? What's the issue? Shayna, yeah, I love that. The recipe page is great. The recipe page takes you to where things are published online. So there aren't any actual recipes on the website itself, but I figured instead of just linking to, like, I don't know, I figure it's like if things get published elsewhere, I can put them there too. So that's the goal. Lavender's out of season. Yeah, I mean, it's February, so usually it's dry though, right? DJ Harley, welcome in. Good to see you. Hammer, hello, welcome in. I'm doing great. I saw you've been live a couple times. I was lurking just a little bit recently. I'm glad you're doing okay. Fellow food and drink streamer, cooking class poor. Friend of the stream, ice cream inspiration, fellow dad. Nice to see you. Oh my God, splits. These are all. I feel like these are all like St. Patrick's Day, but make it Philly. Okay, so I have some beets here. They're real. I mean, not that, they're real beets insofar as they are like whole, real beets. Which is fun. We're gonna roast these. I don't know. These will probably take a little while to roast, honestly, because they're large. So we're going to. I cleaned these when I bought them. This one is smaller, older, and a little softer. I'm gonna put this in the. I'll put this in the package anyway, but I don't think we're gonna end up using that one. Here's what we're gonna do with these. We're gonna wrap them in a little bit of parchment paper and then a little bit of aluminum foil. I'm gonna add some salt and olive oil to the inside of those packages, but I really want the beets to be sort of their own flavor. I don't need to season them that much. Also, they are going to they're going to get peeled when I'm finished with them here. So they don't, wait, hold on. Before I start adding liquid to my countertop, let's get the foil out. That's also going to go on here, and we're going to slide. Why have I done this backwards? I did this backwards. Okay, I didn't do it backwards. I started with the beets. I should have started with the foil. Anyway, we're just going to give these a little bit of oil. and a little bit of salt. And kind of rub that on. Splits national taekwondo champion. That's wild. That's wild. That is pretty cool. Do you help with instruction now? Is it still, I'm assuming it's still part of your life if you're mentioning it. All right, so I'm just kind of rubbing these in. I put a glove on because, I don't know, because why not? Because why not? So these should be interesting. I think, I'm not sure what texture these are going to be. There are a lot of flour. So I know they're not going to be thin cookies. Like they're going to be a little weighty. I'm using a bit of baking powder, like a teaspoon of baking powder, which is quite a bit. So we'll see how they are. I'm riffing off of several different recipes, so this is not a specific one. A lot of the recipes that I found had like chocolate in them, which didn't really appeal to me, honestly. So I am not using chocolate in these. All right, so the beets are in the oven. Let's set a timer, or a count up timer. Now, my timer keeps telling me it has a low battery, so let's see if I have additional AAA batteries in here. I don't know if I do. Shh. Do I? No. Well, that's fun. So I need to charge those. All right. Oh, I have two AAA batteries, so I guess I'll just hope that the timer keeps working. So I guess instead of doing something about it, I'll do nothing about it. And we'll see how that works for me. Anyway, strategy. This is not life advice. Please do not take it as such. Okay. Next, we're going to pick up the aluminum foil that I just dropped on the floor, which unrolled. That's fun. Next, we're going to put a chicken in the oven. So I kind of have two things that I need to do today, like my prep, pre-cooking prep. Now the chicken is for a recipe that I'm working on. The chicken is going to be a simply seasoned recipe. The chicken I want to be seasoned very simply. So when I make recipes for that call for like chicken, generally speaking, there's sort of two approaches to it. One is my preferred method is using just like chicken thighs, right? So something that is easy to cook and very forgiving. The other common thing that I get asked to use is rotisserie chicken, like grocery store rotisserie chicken. Now, I prefer to roast my own chickens. However, a whole roasted chicken is a whole roasted chicken. So we're roasting a chicken. We're going to pretend like it's a rotisserie chicken at the end of it. And I'm not going to I don't think I'm going to end up using all of the meat from it anyway. So it will be fine. Because this is a one-pan dish, and I'm down here shuffling around for a sheet pan. Because this is a one-pan dish that has orzo in it, I'm going to do like less than a pound of orzo, I think. A lot of the recipes, a lot of one-pan pan Orzo based dishes call for like a cup of Orzo. Some of them call for 8 ounces of Orzo. 8 ounces is about a cup, generally speaking. So we have, I think I want a little bit more than that, but they usually call for like an Orzo, like a cup of Orzo, and like anywhere from 2 to 3 cups of liquid. Now, the last dish that I made with Orzo was this sort of pasta stew type of thing that had beans and sausage in it. I used a pound of Orzo, and for that, I ended up using 1, 2, 3, 4. I used four cups of broth plus a 28-ounce can of tomato sauce. So that tracks with the 1 cup of like 8 ounces of Orzo to 2 cups. So it's basically for every like 4 ounces of Orzo, it's a cup of liquid is sort of the ratio for that. I don't know what the ratio is for spaghetti. I've done, for other pastas, but for Orzo, I know that that's pretty standard. Tondela, I love Orzo as well. It is one of my favorite pastas. Whenever I also got 2 chickens because I'm probably going to test this recipe twice. Let's get one of them out. I'm going to trim this. I believe it has all of the innards stuffed inside of it in a little bag. So we can put those in my, that is chicken juice, chicken dripping. We don't want that. So we can put all of the innards in the stock bag, which should be really nice. Angry Rook, welcome in. Let's wipe that up. Yeah, so I was a little late starting stream today because I was at the grocery store and I was there with enough time. But then I went to a second grocery store and it totally threw everything off. And that was annoying, but it happens. I do think Orzo puffs up quite a bit. Part of why I like it, honestly. I need more olive oil because I'm going to run out. Let's see. There we go. Let's refill my olive oil jar while I'm at it here. I got these chickens at Reading Terminal yesterday. This is at Reading Terminal. I went during lunchtime, which was a mistake. It was very busy. For anyone who's not familiar, which is probably everybody, the Philadelphia Flower Show is this weekend. Splits, the moderator hasn't gotten to putting it up yet, so just be patient. They'll see it in the queue eventually. We'll use the rest of that. Shana, am I going to take you to the flower show? No, I'm not. I am not going to take myself to the flower show. I have beef with the flower show. I have grievances. with the flower show. Currently. I might go if someone, it depends. If some IRL folks in my life were interested in going, I would probably go, but I'm not going to go of my own volition. Innards. Yeah. What is that? That is, I don't know. Is there anything else in there? No. Okay. The flower show is at the convention center, which is across the street from Reading Terminal. And so like they were setting up for it yesterday, and it might start today. It's like a week and a, it's like, I think it's like a week and a half long. And it's like a big thing, and all the merchants at Reading Terminal were like, all the ones that have like stuff that people want to, like cookies, that type of thing, they're already like, their cases are stocked right now. Because the flower show is like huge. It's one of the biggest things that happens at the convention center. It's kind of fun. It's big. I probably wouldn't be able to stream from in there. The reception's very poor. But I asked them last year, I wanted to, and I asked them if they did anything for influencers or like for like that type of thing. And I was like, yeah, you know, we went to like the Mummers Parade and it was really popular and people liked it. And they were like, yeah, we don't want you to come. And I was like, oh, okay. Okay. So they weren't very friendly about it when I reached out, and I didn't even ask them for a ticket. I was just like, am I allowed to stream from there? And they were like, no, we don't want that. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm like, I'm just asking you. Like, I watched people doing that last year. Like, I used to work for the company that helped with your promotion. Like, we used to beg people to come and cover the flower show on your behalf. Like, what changed? It was weird. It was really weird. I was like, whoever responded was like, okay. They were very, very not friendly about it. And I was like, okay, I guess I won't. So I didn't ask them this year. I'm glad it happens. But it was the Reading Terminal Market yesterday was intensely busy. And that show hasn't even started yet. So I don't know. This is like, hold on. I gotta cut this open. I'm gonna put this in my stock bag. Yeah, Shayna, I like seeing the city too. I mean, it's fun. I would go. I just don't, you know, I was like, I felt very put off by it, to be honest, last time. And I usually go. I have gone pretty much every year, and after like an hour, I am completely overwhelmed being inside of there. It's so packed with people, and so like elbow to elbow, people just kind of milling about. It gets very overwhelming. All right, washing hands from the chicken juice. Oh, kitchen shears, new kitchen shears, fellas. I would love new kitchen shears. The ones that I have literal cracks in them. They don't even work very well. We have a poll. St. Patrick's Day is coming up. There's some potential options for potential things to be made on St. Patrick's Day. I don't generally make a St. Patrick's Day feast of any variety. It's a power grip. So it's some sort of like lever or some sort, right? I mean, I'm assuming it's not battery powered. They do all sound good, honestly. That's a lot of like, I mean, all of them contain shredded beef. But we have cottage pie, cabbage, cheesesteak and Irish stew, cheese and mash, cheesesteak and chips. Cheesesteak and chips is just cheesesteak and fries, right? I think that's the one that my family would probably like the best. Quite honestly, if I'm guessing here. Like a lever. Yeah, okay. That's cool. That seems very functional and nice to have. I'm always like frustrated with mine. They're annoying to use. They don't cut very well. They're old. So a big part of it is the fact that they're very old. They're like, I don't know, 15, 20 years old at this point. The first three are all what I would choose. Well, you can only choose one. You can vote for more than one, I believe. Cottage pie sounds great. I was at the farmer's market over the weekend, and they had like frozen to-go meals from one of the vendors, and one of them was a cottage pie. I almost got it. I didn't. I didn't. They also had pot pie, and I didn't get that either. Calvin was like, I want those. And I was like, I could make those. We're not getting that. I did get some more garlic cookies, though, from my garlic cookie vendor. I didn't bring them any, and I didn't say anything to them about it, but I did get some garlic cookies for myself. Well, for him too, but mainly for me. The chicken that I'm doing, I'm just putting salt and pepper and olive oil on it. And I'm just getting that underneath of the skin. And we're going to roast this. I don't know how long. I don't really know how long it's going to roast for, but we're spatchcocking it, which is to say we are cutting the backbone, the spine out of it, and roasting it flat. When you roast it this way, it kind of it cooks more evenly and a little quicker. Okay, so I'm going to throw this in the oven. Beets have been in there for a little over about 15 minutes. I'm going to toss the chicken in, and we're going to just leave both of them in the oven until they're ready. The chicken it's at 375. The chicken should take about 40 minutes. The beets are big, so they're probably going to take about an hour, I'm guessing. But that's fine, because that'll give me a chance to, 1, wash my hands again, 2, grind a little bit of pepper, 3, read through these recipes to make sure I've got all of my ingredients out and have sort of everything. I have an understanding of like what I want to do for each of them. How about your Kershaw shears? Kershaw stuff is pretty good. I have a Kershaw pocket knife that I really like. They do good stuff that's not super expensive. Cheesesteaks and mash is literally beef with mashed potatoes. Are we imagining for this poll that the cheesesteaks and cottage pie was the winner? But the cheesesteak is like an actual sandwich with the thing? Or are we imagining that we're using like beef and cheese? Cringing Dragon says, what's a cheesesteak? That's a great question. That is a great question. A cheesesteak.
You could use this. What is for a cheesesteak?
Yeah, I could use that. There's a thing in the fridge from Japan, on the refrigerator from Japan that Gwen is pointing out that has, in Japanese, the answer to your question. But if a cheesesteak in general is beef, shredded beef, usually like a beef round, beef loin, some type of beef, shredded and then put onto a griddle, like a flat top griddle. You can either keep it in its like flat form, or you can chop it up, not like ground beef, but chopped up like just on the griddle. And you take all of that and you put cheese in it. The cheese that you want to put in there is like an American cheese, provolone cheese, something that's very melty. Those are the two that are very common. And then the other thing that you put on there is fried onions, and you put that kind of on a line in the grill, on the griddle. You put a bowl over it and you let it steam for a few moments, and then you serve it on a long roll, like a sandwich roll, a hoagie roll, a sub roll. Torpedo roll is another common name for it. So it's a hot sandwich with beef, melted cheese, and fried onions at its most basic. Some folks like to put other stuff on it. That is fine. You can put other stuff on it, but a like Philly cheesesteak, Philadelphia cheesesteak, Philly is where I live, is those three things. Yes. Caretaker, bell peppers are a common ingredient. Bell peppers, some people put long hots on them, like hot peppers. Some people put ketchup or mayonnaise. If you, at that point, it's just a cheesesteak. It's not a Philly cheesesteak. Once you start adding other things. Angry Rook, Gwen got leftover fried rice. She went out to dinner last night and apparently had fried rice that was left over. Not mac and cheese. Okay. Sarah, hello. What is that gadget you're using? This is a spice grinder. So this is basically you put your spices in this little bowl container down here. Shart, welcome in. You can put whatever you want in here. This comes off. So I have just black peppercorns in here right now. And then this little gadget, you kind of screw it back in, and it has a dial on the top. You can select your grind, and then this is the grinding ring right around there. And then you kind of turn it upside down and grind it. Now, it has a little spring, so you can just use it like this, like a little bit of like a seasoning for a dish. Like, oh, I just need a little pepper on something. You kind of give it a few grinds, right? But what I like about this is you can use it as like a full grinder. You can go really far out and grind like a lot all at once. I was in Fonte's, the kitchen store in Philadelphia, and I was buying a coffee grinder, one of those like push top coffee grinders, and I casually mentioned that I was using it for pause. I had chicken right here. I did not wipe the counter off afterward. And I casually mentioned to the person who I was buying, who was like, I was checking out, who was checking me out, the cashier. I casually mentioned to the cashier that I was going to be using the grinder for spices. And they were like, oh, don't use spices for this. Like, basically, it's not really meant for that. And I was like, well, okay, friend. I always get a little annoyed when people like sort of are prescriptive when I'm buying something specific. And I'm like, I did this for a long time. I used to have one of these. It just broke. I really like using this thing. And they were like, okay, here, the person was like, hear me out. Hear me out. If you put like big spices in here, he's like, it can burn out. It's not consistent. You can't select your grind size. You can't, basically it's meant for one thing. It's meant for coffee. If you want to have any control over the things you're grinding, this is not the tool for that. And I was like, okay, fair. Tell me what is then? Do you have an electric spice grinder? And they were like, yeah. And we walked over, and it was like twice as much as the coffee grinder, right? Because it does more. And I was like, okay, do you have one that's manual? And he was like, yeah. And he showed me this one. And I was like, all right, this is fine. Like, because what I was doing for pepper was using this thing. Right? So I was like just grinding it like that. And that's really slow. So this is 3+ times as fast. And is also very satisfying to use. And I can add, I can put other stuff in here. So I got sold on this thing, and I like being able to grind like a lot of pepper at once, like, and then have it, I just kind of keep it in this big jelly jar, which is better than just grinding it per recipe. So what we're doing today is, right now, is I'm almost out of pepper, so I'm grinding like a little bit more. It is a lot less tiring. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is definitely less tiring. And I mean, functionally, it's a lot faster. Like, I just put that, put all those peppers in here, and I'm almost finished with them. And this will be enough for all the things I'm working on today, for sure. This will be enough for like the next week or two worth of things. I have 2 recipes that I'm testing this weekend. Again, I don't do the recipe testing stuff that I do on stream because it's other people's recipes. So I don't test other people's recipes on stream. I just do my own. But I know this weekend, yesterday and today were big sort of shopping days because I needed a bunch of things for those. One of them I'm very excited about. I'm very excited about both of them. But one of them has some unique processes in them. And if things turn out well, I will share those. But today is cookie day. The cookie recipe is just for me, or rather, it's not for money. I'm not getting paid for it. That is a personal interest recipe, much like the garlic cookie recipe and the flax bar recipe and a couple other things, some other stuff I've worked on. This one is just kind of a personal interest one because I love weird stuff. Garlic cookies is fun. Beet cookies sounded fun. All right. So I just ground like basically a whole little hopper of pepper. This is pretty much finished here. I managed to get just a little bit of it on the counter. Or rather, I managed to get the majority of it in the bowl. And what's nice about this is when it's empty, it's real easy to wash too. It's real easy to wash. So I didn't show you the inside because there's pepper in it. But basically, it's like everything kind of goes through here and comes out the bottom. And this brand is Dream Fam. DREAMFAM. Culinary tools. I don't know. I've never heard of it before. But I got it at the kitchen store, and they were like, well, if you don't want to buy this giant electric grinder, which I explicitly was like, I do not want to buy the giant electric grinder that you're offering me. They're like, this thing should suit, this thing will do what you need it to do. And I was like, all right, cool. And it does. That was way more pepper than I could have ground in that amount of time with my pepper mill over here. Also, this jar is like too large to sit over there. I feel like I need to keep it in a smaller jar. I don't know. Am I just being too extra about this? Question: can I fit a tablespoon measure into the top mouth at the top of this jar? No. Can I fit a teaspoon measure? Yes. Okay. Yeah, because I'm never going to fill this jar up. So I'm going to put this in a smaller jar so it takes less space on my counter. There we go. Yeah, it looks even fuller now. What was in this before? I don't know. There's no markings on that one. Okay. Beets have been in there for 28 minutes. Oh shit, I meant to put this one in the packet too. I didn't. You know what? This one is really soft. I think this one was in the, I don't know how, goodbye. That's going in the compost because that one was a little too soft to be considered for future usage. Okay, we're gonna reheat my coffee because that was the goal. The goal was to put the beets in, put the chicken in, and then have a coffee while I read these recipes. And my coffee's cold. They're not cold, but it's okay. There it goes. All right, let's read these recipes because now I just want to make sure I have all of the things that I want to use. Today. Shana says, I was applying for a home rental yesterday in person with the owner, and I said, I compost and recycle. And hopefully they were like, that means that this is a considerate person and not, what sort of claptrap are you talking about? Hopefully they think it's a good thing. You know, do you ever run into people who are like, I don't recycle and I don't understand why, like, it doesn't, nothing, you know, they're like, I don't recycle, and then they have some bullshit reason why they don't recycle. Like, I know that the city I live in occasionally just picks up the recycling with the trash truck and brings it to the dump. Like, I know that because I've seen them do it. But I also know that they have trucks that come around that pick up the recycling and they take it somewhere. Yeah, it doesn't matter, people. Right. Like, it doesn't matter means you shouldn't, doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Or like, I don't know. I get frustrated when they like pick the recycling up in the trash truck, but you got to try, right? Yeah. Giving up is not the option here, or is not is not the best side. That's not what I'm trying to do. I hope you get it. Good luck. Even if the recycling, even if it's in the landfill, the recycling stuff will be together and happy. I wouldn't go that far, but I in my mind, it's like when your pet, when you're a child, got to go live on the farm. Once the recycling leaves the house, I imagine that it's getting turned into all manner of useful gadgetry. What I also try to do is when I buy like paper towels and toilet paper and like paper goods, printer paper for all the things that I print out, right? Like, I buy 100% recycled paper because maybe that'll help with the virtuous cycle of things, you know? Okay. Let's read through these two recipes. So the first one is a beet cookie recipe. This doesn't exist anywhere online. Neither of these exist on the internet yet. I wrote this yesterday after going back through the research we did last week. Last week we looked at, I think, 9 separate recipes. I pulled a bunch of inspiration from those. And I pulled some process. So generally speaking, the recipe this is based on most heavily was the one that we looked at from Mazzelli Farms. The one that I said was like, oh, that one's great. It was the only one that used beet puree, specifically like beet puree. Although their beets were boiled, they cooked them a lot. They cooked a lot quicker. I prefer the flavor of roasted beets myself. Generally, it's a bit sugarier, sweeter. There we go. It's a bit sweeter, and I like that. It also, I just feel like it's a warmer flavor. I don't know how to describe, like it, boiled beets taste cooler than roasted beets. I know that's like a synesthesia thing going on, or like a parallel to that, but I feel like the roasting brings out a lot of it brings out a lot of the sugar in the beets, and I think like beet sugar is a thing, and I feel like it's sweeter and beetier. I don't even know. Lou, just what fucking words are you even using? Who knows? Anyway, we're gonna use beet puree here, and so into the beet puree. So I'm roasting these. I'm gonna pull them out of the oven. We're going to let them cool down for a little bit because they are going to be unimaginably hot when they come out. So we'll let them cool. We're going to skin them. Then we're going to take and put them in a blender. I think I'm going to use a blender. I might try to use the food processor because it's a little gentler. I don't want them to be liquid. So I think I'm probably going to use the food processor. I'm considering. I'm considering whether I want to use the food processor or the blender. I don't know. In an electric device that spins everything, we're going to put beet puree and either mascarpone, heavy cream, or sour cream. I haven't quite decided yet. I'm leaning towards mascarpone because it's like thicker. And I'm worried about adding more liquid to this. And honey. So we're going to puree all of that together. Lordy, welcome in. Good to see you. Fun fact. We were talking about facts earlier that were not fun, that were just notable. Not even notable. This is a fun fact. Did you know that isomalt sugar, the one used for sculpting, is made from beets, and it makes you gassy if you eat it? I did not know that. That feels like a fun prank you can play on your friends. One could play on one's friends. Here, have these delicious sugar cookies. And then everybody's just fucking farting everywhere. Lordy, we were talking about moderating. and your name came up in a very positive way recently, and I want you to know that. Anyway, in a positive way of just like, let's not take any shit. It's really good to see you. Darlene says, I'm having issues with YouTube. Well, welcome in on Twitch. If anybody else would like to see whether or not they're having issues on YouTube, there's a link to the YouTube stream in chat. And if you're watching on YouTube and you are having issues as well, you can let me know either in the YouTube chat or on the chat on Twitch. Do you get dinged on YouTube? Does the algorithm deprioritize things if you say the name of other platforms? I know if you're streaming on what's the one, TikTok. Clearly, I use that all the time. I know if you're streaming on TikTok and it detects that you're saying the words like YouTube or Twitch or whatever, it crushes your discoverability because they listen to all the things that you say. Anyway, I don't know if it works like that on YouTube. I hope not. And if it does, I don't care. Cool. Okay, so the beet cookies are going to have, step one, prepare the beets. Roast them. Skin them in a blender. Puree the beets, heavy cream, mascarpone, and honey until smooth. Cool to room temperature. So what I want to do is, I was thinking of creaming together the honey with the sugar, but I was reading elsewhere on the internet that if you add honey when you're, basically if you try to, the internet told me from several sources that if you are trying to replace sugar with honey, one, you use slightly less. So for every cup of sugar, you'd use like 3/4 cups of honey. And they also said that if you're doing the mixer, if you're like mixing together the butter and sugar, you're creaming it together, that honey doesn't quite work as well for that. So for this recipe, I am adding, we are going to use sugar. So we're going to use a cup of sugar and a cup of butter, just like sort of 1-to-1 ratio. But we're going to cream those together, but we're not going to add the honey to that. So I am going to add it to the beets during the pureeing process so that we have, sort of, it gets incorporated completely somehow. Anyway, long story short, I was thinking of like, okay, I'm going to add the honey, but if I mix it in, it's going to it's not really going to integrate completely. So we're there. Lordy, I hope your dad as well. We love when people talk to their dad on the phone. We love hearing about it. We have a regular in chat who at like 7 p.m. on some days is like, I'm leaving for the day. I gotta go. I gotta go call my dad. It's like calling my dad day of the week. And I'm always just like, Jamie, it's always super nice. It's Jamie. I was like, I started saying Jamie's name and I was like, oh, I shouldn't out them for that. And I was like, wait, but they literally say that in the thing. Anyway, I hope your dad's well. You shouldn't take any shit. Lordy, we're trying here. We're trying to turn over a new leaf. I'm a very patient person, but recently my patience has been tested. And I think I realized something. The golden kappa is gone, Liz. Hello. I'm sorry. Liz, you're allowed to stir up shit. I realized that I am very patient with people in real life when I'm like engaging one-on-one with someone with whom I fundamentally disagree, both on a practical, moral, political, or just a human level. I'm extremely patient with people when they're not causing like active harm. They're just displaying active ignorance. I'm like, cool, like let me have it and I will try to like whatever. Um, I'm sort of in the place of like, oh, I shouldn't do that when there's like a bunch of other people in chat too. Like, because I feel like that, I don't know, giving people too much leash can make other people uncomfortable. I'm like not always uncomfortable because like, what's up? I'm a white guy. I got a lot of privilege. And so that's why I feel comfortable like kind of going back and forth with people about it. But that's not always the case. So I'm feeling less patient lately. Liz, I did. I did, but I appreciate I appreciate knowing that it's there. In this economy, I know, right? Right. Yeah. And that's sort of, Lordy, that's the point. I think I had that I don't want to say realization, but it's more like I don't want a bunch of other, I don't want people. We had someone in chat recently, and there was like a whole thing happening, and someone like popped up in chat and was like, I'm uncomfortable, so I'm gonna go. Like they hadn't been chatting, and they were just like, I've been lurking, but like I'm letting you know that I'm gonna go, and like I'll catch you again at the next one. And I was like, I was uncomfortable, but not so uncomfortable that I wanted to be like, shut up. Right? But I also don't want people to be listening and feeling that. So that was definitely a shift for me. That helped. That was very, and I reached out to that person. And if you're in chat now, I don't need you to out yourself over it because I'm not going to say who it is. But I was very thankful that they said anything at all about it. Vela says, I ran into a guy like that at the doctor's. As soon as he walked in the waiting room, I could tell by the way he was walking, he was just going to be trouble. And that's what he was. And the receptionist got it. Yeah. Yeah. Some people, you're like, man, you got that shine on you, you know? Liz, that is, I think, the point as well. And so I have said forever and ever that anything that one of the moderators does, I'm not gonna like question or go back on while we're live. If I ever had an issue with it, I would say something privately. But like, I got y'all's back 100% while I got y'all's back 100%, just like in general. But like, I'm never gonna be like, hey, why did you do that? I might be like, what? I might ask, but I'm never gonna question the reason. 45 minutes on the beets right now. We're at 45 minutes in the oven. So we're gonna let those go. We're gonna let those go up to an hour. The chicken's been in there for 30 minutes. Let's actually hold on. I'm gonna just take a look at the chicken. Oh, the beets the beets are like sizzling in there. That's just the oil. They're right next to the wall of the oven. Is that the beets that are sizzling? I can't tell. Hold on. Lou, do not grab that with your bare hand, you fool. Don't do it. That would be silly. No, I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell. We're going to rotate the beets anyway so that they're not right next to the wall. The chicken is definitely not finished yet. It hasn't given up enough juice to be finished yet. There's a level of jus, fat on the tray. And that is a particularly larger chicken, so I know it's not done yet. I don't need to look. I don't need to temp it yet. The way the spice jar lid is next to the salt bin, it looks like a head and body of a little bug. Oh, it kind of does. Hold on, could we add another element to it? Hold on. Does that make it more interesting? Banana chocolate chip muffins. That does. Oh man. I just looked over to see if I had any crappy browned bananas on the counter. Because I was like, oh man, now I want banana chocolate chip muffins. Robbie, welcome in. Robbie, hello. It's good to see you. Momnoms, welcome in. Alistair, hello. Red Pink. Mac and cheese train. Is that what was going on stream today? Welcome, friends. Persephone, hello. Mock and cheese. I'm curious, why? What does the raid message mean? Were we moving fast today? Welcome in, y'all. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for bringing friends. Do y'all get an ad when you join the stream right away? Because we've been live for longer than an hour. It means I mistyped mac and cheese. Red Pink. That makes it so much better. That actually does make it so much better. You did the history of mac and cheese from its beginning and made 4 cheese mac and cheese. Damn. Okay. Tell the class an interesting fact that we learned. Specifically, tell me. Because I don't know what the history of mac and cheese is. I just assume that it's sort of sprung out of the Better Homes and Gardens cookbook in sometime in like the 20s. By British royals in the 1700s. That's longer ago than I thought. I thought for sure that it was created after the advent of I thought for sure that mac and cheese came about in like the crock pot, like the crock era. Mac and cheese is from the UK. How'd they stumble into something flavorful? Just kidding. Totally kidding. Sorry to be offensive. America's one of the last ones to have mac and cheese as a popular dish because Thomas Jefferson had it once and hated it. Well, Thomas Jefferson didn't know it was good. And like all things that we've appropriated into our culture, I, an American, thought it was ours. Damn. Fun fact, nothing's actually ours. Anyway. It was a fancy dish that turned into poor food, then back to rich food, then back to poor food. Was that because of how cheese, the price of was that because of the availability of cheese or pasta or like wheat? First American cookbook to have it didn't even do it correctly. They baked macaroni, cheese, and butter only, not using it as a bechamel. Oh. That sounds like what you would do if you were making it up and had no idea. Yeah, Megan, Thomas Jefferson had no palate. Right. I mean, he was, yeah, among other things, I suppose. Oh my God. 1700s. Damn. Historical food facts. That's kind of cool. Well, thank you for bringing friends. It sounds like fun, and I hope yours turned out well. I mean, with 4 cheeses in it, at least one of them's got to be good, right? In 1937, it became poor food because Kraft mac and cheese made it readily available during the rationing times. You can get 2 boxes for 1 ration stamp. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So it was like economical to get it. And I'm assuming, was that I wonder what a box of mac and cheese had in 1937. Was it the like dry powder in some capacity still? I'm guessing it was. Yeah, maybe Jefferson was lactose intolerant. Maybe. He was certainly intolerant. Big Mac and cheese is a thing. It's more of a Southern classic, no bread or pie crust, just like cheese and macaroni baked together and then boiled. Boiled with more cheese on top. That I would also eat that too. I mean, I would eat it if it's prepared. I would eat it anyway. I don't really. I'll eat anything that has macaroni and cheese in it. I don't think I would be too picky about it. Dehydrated American cheese. Okay. And mostly not cheese. Right. So that's fascinating. And it's just been like a boxed food since then. I grew up making mac and cheese. Mac and cheese was probably one of the first 5 things that I made by myself. And I mean, like, without any help from broiled. Right. Okay, right. Then broiled, you broil more cheese on top. Okay. That's what I actually, Ellis, thank you for the clarification. When I read that, I read the word boiled and my brain replaced it with broiled. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's what they mean. I didn't question it because I was also like, I didn't want to be rude. But I was like, okay, I think that's what that means. Belanisma, welcome. Did you get a fresh haircut? I did. I actually got one last week, but I styled it today. I didn't style it today. I took a shower and used the blow dryer to like make it like sit in a way that is a good way. By KD on sale all the time. Craft dinner, true caretaker. Is that what the KD stands for? I believe that is. Did they call mac and cheese Kraft dinner in Canada or just Kraft brand mac and cheese? I always just call it boxed mac and cheese. I don't know, Shannon, that's part of being young, right? Mac and cheese. Yeah, and like, let's be super clear that over on the ground over here, like, I got the big Costco sampler pack of the Annie's mac and cheese. Like, Calvin makes himself mac and cheese. He was off school on Monday and Tuesday. He was not off school. He had virtual school on Monday and Tuesday this week. And on Monday, I was like upstairs working out and I came back down and he was like making himself mac and cheese. And I was like, that's great. Caretakers is basically all boxed mac and cheese is KD up here. So Fluff confirms. Kraft dinner. Okay. So you just call it Kraft dinner. Even if it's not Kraft brand. Like if you got a box of a different brand, you would just call it Kraft dinner. I'm assuming it led to the creation of poutine. Kind of amazing. Darlene, you're on the Kraft dinner train too? Yeah. First we mine and then we Kraft dinner. That's Red Pink. I see that you're familiar with the Roblox as well. Carly, welcome in. Makes it easier, nobody gets confused. Okay. Yeah, that tracks. I mean, it's like it's gotten the brand the brand is irrelevant to the understanding. Mom Noms, I want you to know that you can give random food facts whenever. That's a really fascinating idea for stream. I did not introduce myself to the friends that you brought over, but I do appreciate it. I enjoy hearing about the history as well. I think that that's fun. And I know you just spent the whole stream doing that. I hope you were enjoying the mac and cheese that you made. So I am happy to see you. Good luck with your day. Listening while working. I can definitely understand that. I love the learning aspect of the stream. I think that that's cool. And also, like, you know, not for nothing, you can repurpose that for other platforms if you want to. Cut it down. You can make it like quick and punchy or whatever, or not. But it seems like it would translate really well. Catastrophe, welcome in. Meanwhile, I just like prattle on and on about whatever shit people are talking about in chat, and and none of it's useful. Anyway, friends who did join us, it is nice to have you. Welcome in. I'm Lou.
Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Perfect timing on that one. That's great. As I was introducing myself, I don't even really need to say much more. But I will. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I am a parent. I live in Philadelphia, and my pronouns are he, they. I'm very happy that y'all are here. Thank you for joining us. We do a lot of cooking here, mostly like vegetable forward, family style meals. I do a lot of recipe development. We do baking. We do meal prep. We prep for trips. Sometimes we get out in the world for some IRL streams. We'll be doing one of those maybe on Tuesday, maybe on Tuesday, definitely at some point next week. Pretty chatty community. The vibe is hanging out with somebody while they're cooking and just chatting, because that's like literally what's happening. Follows are silent, so if you are a lurker and you enjoy not being perceived, you can hit the follow button without having any alerts, sounds, chat messages. I'm not gonna like say hi to you and ask you a bunch of questions. If you prefer watching streams on YouTube, or you just like YouTube for some other reason, there's a link to that in the Twitch chat. We're live on YouTube as well in both the horizontal and the vertical formats, and you can chat there too if you want. Love it if you click the link and hit subscribe there as well. We're doing two different things on stream today. Let's kind of like recap. We're roasting beets for beet cookies, and we're roasting chicken for a lemon chicken orzo with dill and feta 1-pan dinner. The chicken is in the oven. I smell it now. I can actually smell it. It's been in there for 45 minutes. So we do need to temp that in a minute here. The beets have been in there for an hour. I don't think the beets are done yet, but they might be. Liz says the craft dinner thing reminds me of how we use Kleenex and Post-it and Tupperware brand names to describe an item that could be any other brand. Yeah, when it becomes like so ubiquitous that it's just the word for it. Xeroxing. Oh my God. Yes. Shayna, that's exactly. We still have typewriters. When was the last time you had to fax something? I mean, Shayna, don't answer that, because I know that for you it was probably within the past couple of days. But like, has anyone had to fax anything recently? You can fax things from the internet now, which is really funny. People were like, just fax it to me. And I'm like, okay, so I have to go through this other thing to like send a fax instead of just emailing you a PDF? Like what? Liz says, I don't actually know the last time I saw a copy machine. I mean, I feel like they still have them in offices. Like anytime I need something printed in color, I send it to Gwen and I'm like, next time you're in your office, can you print this out on your big copy machine for me? And she's like, sure. Dittos. Megan, yes. Or yeah, the ditto machine. What was the one that it printed it in purple? It was there was some sort of like, it was like a drum. It made like a literally like a print of the thing. Have we done anything in 90 minutes? Shayna, I have beets and a chicken in the oven. We're working. The oven is doing all the work right now. We have a fax server. Oh my God. So you're for real. Post-its were invented in a competition for strong adhesives. I mean, sometimes the Post-it notes are really sticky and sometimes they're like, what? Why are you not working? The hospitals, doctors, and lawyers still use faxes. Yeah, there's like certain industries that like you fax things, which is weird to me. Let's get out our ingredients for these beet cookies, because my next step is to make the dough. So we're going to get out the ingredients and then we're going to temp the chicken in the oven. Lauren on YouTube, mimeograph. There's another good one. That might be what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of in school, you always got the copies of something that were on a, it was like purple and they were like splotchy. I don't like, if you're not immediately like, I know exactly what you're talking about, then you maybe didn't see these in school. It might be mimeograph. I don't actually know. I feel like it's the type of thing where if I heard it, it is Persephone says they are mimeograph. Carbon, yeah, like carbon copies. You Googled it. There's another one, right? It used to be called internet searching. Now everything's just Googling it. Remember when we asked Jeeves? What happened to Jeeves? They put Jeeves out to pasture too. Let's get our ingredients out for this. I'm gonna put my hat on because otherwise I'm gonna forget. And when we're into the cooking process, I want to like not get hair and things. We're wearing a merch-based hat today. This is a metric hat. You can buy that on the merch shop. Command merch. I'm wearing it because it's a recipe development day, and also it matched my outfit. Okay, so honey. Oh, honey, 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 granulated sugar, butter, softened. So I got this butter out of the fridge right at the beginning of stream. I think this is fine. I just took the whole box out of the fridge. 1 cup of honey is 2 sticks. So we're just going to leave... Yeah, I'm only going to make this recipe once today. I was like, I'm going to leave a stick of this out just in case we need it. I'm not going to need it. I'm not going to need it because I'm not making it twice today. Not twice today. 1 egg. Let's get an egg out. We have a grocery store egg. These are large eggs. I don't know. There's no like, nothing special. 1 egg. I don't think that has to be at room temp, but like, whatever. It can be, but it can be. Mom says, do you have any meals that you'd like to find the history for? I am, yeah, cacio e pepe. I was just thinking of it this the other day. I was looking up recipes for it. I made cacio e pepe on Sunday. Calvin saw it at the farmer's market. There was some vendor there that was selling it like pre-made. And I was like, we're not buying that. That is extremely expensive and not very good. Cacio e pepe, I'm also genuinely curious where like hash came from, like corned beef hash, like the stuff that you get in the can. Pepe Le Pew. Cacio, Cacio. I don't know how to spell it. It's like Italian or something. I don't know. Pasta with pepper. Honey, I granulated the kids. Persephone says, I'm not old enough to have had the purple copies for my school stuff, but we did have them occasionally. Those, yeah, I remember my mom, worked at a school, and I like was in the faculty lounge where she was like making copies at one point. And I was like watching her use this thing, and it like spins on a drum and like spits out 1 copy at a time. Oh, Liz, yeah, we could totally look that up. Let me finish getting out the ingredients for the cookies here. So we have orange extract, an egg, orange extract, vanilla extract somewhere. I don't think I got the vanilla extract out, but let's get that out. We're going to use the imitation vanilla extract because I prefer it, and if I'm disappointed in it, then, you know, at least we have somewhere to go from there. This recipe says AP flour, or all-purpose. I'm going to use rye flour because I feel like the flavor will complement the beets better. Baking powder, because one of the recipes said that baking powder is less likely to, or baking powder has less of an effect on the color of the beets in the final baked product than baking soda does. So we're using baking powder instead. And then salt, kosher salt. We have kosher salt right here. Okay. Dark brown sugar is out on the counter for unclear reasons. I don't know why this is out. But it's there, and it is now not there. Okay, and then I want to... We're going to finish these with some sort of sugar. Powdered sugar, either powdered sugar or salt or like granulated sugar. I'm going to try a couple different ways and see which one sort of works well. So let's get out some powdered sugar and salt and these like sparkling sugar. So we're gonna top them with that. I have some other things on the counter back here that I can put away that are just in the way right now. So I'm gonna do that first. Then we're going to temp the chicken. Then we will do Food Lover's Companion definition and see if they have cacio e pepe somewhere in there. I bet they do. Maybe they don't. I don't know. It feels like a thing that they should have. If they don't have it, why? Okay, so those are good. I have another. Oh yeah, and then I have dates out on the counter, but those are for later. We have a date later. Just kidding. Beth, welcome in. Okay, so all my ingredients are out for the beet cookies, including some beet powder that I might put in there. I didn't taste this. I don't know what if this is like, I didn't taste it, so I don't know what it's like. Okay, I think that's all the ingredients. Velas, you remember the smell of those? Oh my God, yes. Yeah, they had, and Ditto. I think Ditto's was the right thing. Lithograph, yeah. I think mimeograph is the exact like technical name of it, but I feel like we called them something different in the school. We probably called them dittos. Okay, Liz redeemed Food Lover's Companion definition. I assume that that's for cacio e pepe. Let's see. How do we even spell that? It's for hash. Okay. Well, why not both? Why not both? Let's see. This is Casio is not in here. CACIO. It is not. Caciocavallo from southern Italy. Caciocavallo cheese on horseback is said to date to the 14th century and believed by some to have originally been made from mare's milk. Today, this cheese is made with cow's milk and has a mild, slightly salty flavor and firm, smooth texture. No, cacio e pepe is not in here. But let's see if hash is in here. GHAR hash. Boris, hello, welcome. A dish of finely chopped meat, roast beef and corned beef are the most common. Potatoes and seasonings, usually fried together until lightly browned. Other chopped vegetables such as green pepper, celery, and onion can also be added. Hash is sometimes served with gravy or sauce. To hash is also a verb, meaning to chop food into small pieces. But hash, by definition, is beef or corned beef, potatoes, and seasonings fried together until lightly browned. No history. No idea where it comes from. But it tells you what it is. Sometimes some of these entries give like significant detail, and some of them don't. Like a lot of them don't. A lot of them are just like the literal definition of something. But I know that it's tasty, and Gwen likes it from the can. And that's one of her, like, Lou and Calvin are out of the house for the weekend camping foods. A can of hash. A practical New England dish in the 18th century designed to repurpose leftovers from a boiled dinner of corned beef, potatoes, and onions. While hashing meat is a 14th century British concept, the specific combination of corned beef with potatoes became an American comfort food staple, gaining immense popularity during World War II due to food rationing. Yes. So many, I feel like a lot of dishes either came about during World War II or were like entered their modern era during that time. All right, we're gonna check this chicken. Basically, I can't start cooking either the cookies or the other recipe until these things are finished in the oven. So I think we're just about there. The chicken should be finished now, almost. I'm at 150. I'm at 159. 159. Oh no. Yeah, that chicken's finished. Okay. Yeah. Chicken's done. Beets are, hold on. Beets are not finished yet. These are still firm. So, interesting. Well, it's good luck with the rest of your work. I hope it's an easy one. I'm gonna bump this oven up to 420 degrees. We're going to take the chicken out. I am going to, let's see. Let me take these beets out and evaluate a little more. No, I don't hear the sort of the sounds that I want to hear from here. Yeah, we need to let these beets go for like another 20 or so minutes, I think. But once they're finished, yeah, I'm going to bump that oven up. Let me actually do this too. I want to look up, I don't need to look up how to roast beets, right? I'm curious I have a cookbook that I go to for this type of like referenced sort of thing. This is called The Vegetable Butcher. It's by Cara Mangini. She's from Cleveland, maybe Cincinnati. She's from Ohio. This is a nice little reference book that talks about all sorts of different vegetables and gives a variety of preparations for those vegetables. Carrots, Brussels, broccoli. So I just want to see what it says in here about roasting beets. To roast beets, place the packets on a rim baking sheet and roast at 400. Okay, so first off, my oven was under that. Up to 1 hour and up to 1.5 hours for large ones. So these have been in here for an hour and 15 minutes. As I was pressing them, I'm feeling some resistance. So I think I bumped the oven up. Now, we'll let these go until they're at an hour and a half, which is fine. Let the beets cool, then slip off the skins with your hands or a paring knife. Okay, yeah, totally. Okay, that's sort of what I thought. These were, I should have put the oven up at a higher temperature to begin with, because the chicken could have taken that, but I didn't, and that's okay. They are roasting lower and slower, which is also going to make them pretty good. Darlene on YouTube says the chicken looks good. Thank you. I think it turned out well. Looks good. What we're going to do with this is a couple things. So while I'm waiting for those beets to roast, now my next step today after roasting the beets and roasting the chicken is to make the cookie dough, because I also want the cookie dough to be able to rest for a little while. But while I am waiting for the beets to finish, I thought they would be done, but they're not. I can process this chicken. This would be a good use of time here, because I need to take some measurements and do some weights of the whole chicken, and then of the chicken, how much meat I get off of here, and we can put the bones in my stock. So this is good. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to weigh this chicken as it is. So I'm going to weigh that, and then I'm also going to take the juice out of here and put that in a little, I keep saying juice, it's fat, and put that in a little cup. So we're going to weigh this bowl, or tear weight of this bowl. Let's just take this chicken and put it, the whole thing in here. Let me wash my hands first, because I've sort of been, I've been touching other stuff, and now we're going to touch food. So we are in a measuring day today. Today's a lot of like weights and sizes and specific numbers. So a little disclaimer, because I know that sometimes people are like, why are you doing all of this, Lou? That doesn't seem to make any sense. That's a lot of unnecessary effort, and you're using a lot of different dishes. And like, I am. But we're also trying to do our best to keep track of all of those details, that when you get a recipe and you're like, oh, this all comes together and works really well, it's because someone like measured all of it. And when you get a recipe and it's like, cut these into 1/4 inch rounds, someone used a ruler and measured. So that's what we're doing today. I am that someone. So just like for reference, that's why we're doing all of the extra additional work, like putting the chicken in a bowl when it doesn't need to be, and weighing it. We are also taking all of the chicken fat off of the sheet pan, because this is all real good stuff. And I can make croutons with that. Favorite croutons, chicken fat croutons. I'm going to put a little water in this and let that pan soak, because I roasted the chicken right on the pan. No parchment, no foil, no nothing. This is a whole chicken that I obviously just pulled out of the oven and roasted, having roasted it myself. It is 1,340 grams. That's not the right recipe. This is the right recipe. So let's say whole with bones, 1,340 grams, which is 47¼ ounces, which is 2 pounds, 15 ounces. So 3 pounds. Is a little bit larger than a rotisserie chicken from the grocery store. Those are generally also a bit drier. So we're going to take this and shred it now. Some of the pieces of it we're going to put in a bag. The skin and the bones we're going to put in a bag. That's going to go in the freezer. My stock bag that's in the freezer right now is too full, to add a whole chicken worth of parts. So we're going to start a new one. What we're going to do with this is first, let's take it and cut it apart. So cutting apart a chicken, especially after it's been spatchcocked, is pretty easy. There's a lot of additional drippings that have come into the bowl here. Oh, I love the sound that it makes. The sound that like a bowl with liquid in it makes when it gets wrung. It's like kind of a wobbly, it sounds like a wobbly bell. I don't know if that came through on stream or not. I don't think it did, but it's very satisfying. So I'm going to pour the rest of this sort of juice that's dripped out in there. That's all going to be like gelatin. So now we're at 2 pounds, 14 ounces. Great. So I should probably let this rest for a little bit if I'm being, I'm thinking about it, because a rotisserie chicken would certainly have dripped and dripped and dripped all of this off. It wouldn't be like in the bowl still. So, oh, that's an even 46 grams. We like that number better. Where'd my pen go? Hello, pen. Where did I put you? You are important. There it is. Okay. So let's just go with 46 ounces, 1305. 1305 and 2 pounds 14 ounces. Great. Yes, let's cut this apart now. And you can almost, it's almost falling apart as I'm like holding it up. The longer, if I roasted it a little longer, it would fall apart. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take these pieces. Let's zero out that bowl again. All right. I'm going to take these pieces and cut them apart into their pieces. We got drumsticks. We got thighs. What I want to do first is to separate this chicken in half, like literally fully in half. I'm going to weigh what half of a chicken's worth of meat weighs. That's something that I'd like to know, because once this is all shredded up, I'm not going to know like what came from what half. So we're going to do basically half of a chicken's worth weighs. That's the goal. Grace, I've been thinking about a recipe for which? For the beet cookies or for lemon chicken orzo or for roasted chicken? Lemon chicken orzo will be live. That's a recipe I'm doing for work. So that'll be live eventually, and it will be on the recipes thing. Beet cookies, yes, I will share it at some point. That's not for a specific assignment, so I don't have a timeline for that one. If you just want a recipe for roasted beets, I can give you that. I can give you that off the top. But for beet cookies specifically, it'll eventually get somewhere, I'll say. I don't have a plan for it. I'm just making them. Tatsu's like, why are you making beet cookies? Well, I'm making the beet cookies because 2 weeks ago, on a stream, a friend of the stream, Joystick Nick, who's in chat currently, came through with a raid And the first thing they asked was whether or not I had a recipe for beets. I think, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that you asked specifically about beet cookies. And I didn't have a recipe for that. And I love getting a little into the weeds on that type of thing, especially like weird stuff. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's hot. You'll be surprised to know that I just pulled this out of the oven, and it is in fact hot. So the beet cookies were something that was just like, oh, I don't really have a recipe for this. And yeah, there are some on the internet, but like they all include elements of things that I don't really want in my beet, you know, or they don't actually include beets. Like it's like beet powder. And a lot of the ones that we looked at last week were like, you know, this recipe is great because it combines all of the like nutritional value of the beets without like tasting like a lot like beets. And I'm like, right, but I want it to taste like beets. Like, I want it to be like, oh, damn, are these like beet cookies? Yup. That's the goal. That's the goal. So they're just sort of an inspired little thing that sounded fun. And sometimes when you latch onto an idea and you're like that, and you can't like get it out of your head. Like I spent the whole stream kind of thinking about it. And then I was like, all right, let's like further this thing. So that's like literally what we're doing. I don't have a reason for it. No one's like commissioned the beet cookies. They keep sending beets in the CSA. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's the season for that. When they're just like, well, here you go. Have some more. And you're like, please stop. Please. Yeah. Tatsu, some of the beet cookies that I found were, white chocolate chips. Some of them used dark chocolate chips. One of the recipes used, it was like a red velvet take that used a cup of cocoa powder in addition to like roasted beets. I don't really want like chocolate and beets are great. Like that is a good combo, but that's not where my head is at here. I sort of want something a little bit more beet forward and floral. I was looking for lavender, like dried lavender in the store, and wasn't able to find that, or else there would be lavender in this. There would have been lavender in this dish. TARDIS, welcome in. So, what we're doing right now has nothing to do with beet cookies, just like FYI. What I'm doing right now is measuring out a chicken. I roasted this chicken. This chicken went in the oven after the beets did and is finished before the beets are. So I made the mistake of using large, like very large beets. I usually don't, but I used the beets that the store had. Like I didn't really have a choice. When I went into the store, they had 3 beets on the shelf. And one of them was like the size of a basketball, so I got 2. I had one at the house, but that one did not turn out to be useful. So we're using just 2 large beets. Anything other than the size of a golf ball. I know, Velos, and that's like, yes. Yeah, it like there's no in between. I feel you. I saw really small ones today recently. I got the beets. These beets I purchased last Thursday, so they've been in the fridge for a little bit. I mean, they keep for a while, so like it doesn't really matter. But I saw beets today, and all they had were the small ones, and I'm like, I'm glad I bought these last week. I was thinking I would do this, what I'm doing today with these cookies on stream last week, but I didn't. Obviously, I didn't end up getting up to it. Okay, so this is half of a rotisserie chicken. This is what I'm measuring now. I think I'm only, sorry, this isn't a rotisserie chicken. This is half of a cooked chicken. I'm using, I'm measuring out half of it because for this particular recipe, I don't think I want, I don't think I want to use the whole thing. We're gonna sort of do this in two parts, and we're gonna measure both and just see. Because I'm not gonna use a whole pound of orzo, because this is a skillet meal, not a Dutch oven meal, so I don't really have the space to make a whole pound worth of orzo in a skillet. I mean, I guess I do, but it's a lot. It's like, that would be a lot. It'd be like right up to the top. We'll see. I'm sort of, I just want to know what half of this chicken comes out to. And then I'm gonna put these into two separate like containers also. 419 grams. Come on. Come on. No, that's not. Yes, 420. We did it. Okay, so let's do the second half of the chicken now. And by the time I'm finished that, we'll check the beets again. The beets have been in the oven for an hour and a half now, so they're baking away. I bumped the oven up to 430 degrees, so it's quite hot. It is quite hot. Don't you have an 18-inch skillet? I do, but the largest one I have is 13 inches, and that is a cast iron one. I'd like to do this. Excuse me. I'd like to do this in a stainless steel skillet, because I know sort of a normal size all-clad one, because I know lots of people don't have a sizable cast iron skillet. I'm also measuring cup weight or cup measures here, so that's 1 cup. Two cups is going to be about 2.5 cups worth of chicken. Hold on. There we go. 2.5 cups worth of chicken. Perfect. That's great. Yeah, that's 2.5 cups. So that's a good number for what I'm looking for. Let me write that down. Again, I don't need to know. I might end up using the whole chicken, right? But what will happen is if I end up not doing that, or for whatever reason, it's nice to have the sort of the most granular number I can have. Before getting into it, because I can adjust more easily without redoing something. How many was that? 416 grams. That's 14.7 ounces. Okay. So we're going to do that again. And then when I'm done that, we'll get the chicken out, and or the beets out. We'll see if the beets are finished. That's what we'll do. Homemade beetroot essence. Tatsu, I bet they would. I got beetroot powder from Reading Terminal from the bulk store. For this particular recipe, I don't care how many ingredients it has. Like, if it's not beety enough and I don't want to add more liquid to it, I'll call for adding beetroot powder too. I think because this recipe is like not, I didn't pitch it anywhere. It's not like a thing that I'm working on that's like constrained by what I already said. I have sort of the capacity to riff on it if I want. And so I got beetroot powder. I don't really plan on using it, at least this time around. What I was wanting to do, so my flavor, the flavors that I wanted in this, which we're going to get most of today, were honey and honey, orange, cream. So mascarpone cheese or heavy cream or even sour cream, and lavender. Now, I don't have lavender because I could not find it at any store. I could have ordered it on Instacart or whatever, and it like would have been here by now. I could have ordered it when we started stream and it would have been here and ready to use already, but I didn't. I like to, you know, I'm not gonna order one thing of a spice because the delivery will cost more than the spice itself. But I think I will just consider what it might taste like if it had lavender in it. And would that go? But I think generally I'm trying to keep it a little bit more like floral and light from the flavors that aren't beet side. Again, what I'm working on right now is a roasted chicken for a one pan lemon chicken orzo dish. I'm going to do that for dinner. So the goal here right now is I'm going to finish those beets. I'm going to get those processed and make some cookie dough. When I make the cookie dough, we will roll it all into cookie balls, into little like different sizes. So we'll do a couple different sizes and a couple different like toppings when they come out of the oven. Now, partially too, I don't really know if like the flavors and the ratios of everything are going to work. So like full disclaimer, like these cookies could be a big disaster, right? Like they could. I'm grounding them in recipes that, you know, the internet and people who posted them there claim already work. I'm changing them from those recipes, so we'll see how it goes. But I'm hopeful that they turn out okay, palatable, if not amazing. I don't expect them to be amazing, but we'll see. Darlene says, does your dog eat chicken? If she can get it, yeah. Whenever she has significant like digestive issues, she goes on a plain diet, which is boiled chicken breasts and plain rice. And she would definitely eat this if she was able to get up on the counter here, or if I fed it to her. She's not around right now. I don't know where she is in the moment. Probably in Calvin's room asleep, or in the basement. Gwen says she's in the basement. Yeah, she has her sort of like rotation around the house. She stays in one place for long stretches at a time now. She like picks where she's staying for the day and just kind of exists there. Often it's in Calvin's room, but Gwen was downstairs all morning, so she was down there for the company, I guess. All right. We're almost finished with this. This is slightly less meat than the last one, although maybe not. We'll see. I haven't finished adding it, so almost there. The last one was 14.7 ounces. So this is 13.4. 13.5. Perfect. All right. So that's good. That gives me a measure of like what the whole chicken worth of meat would be, in addition to what a half chicken worth of meat would be. So those are valuable pieces of information that I can make decisions about moving forward. When we're working on this, because I don't know if I'm going to want to use like a whole chicken for this recipe. I suspect not. because this is a lot of meat sort of as it is right here. So I think I'll probably end up using like half of a chicken, in which case I will be glad to have measured what a half a chicken weighs. Tatsu says, I found a beet cookie recipe that uses raw beets and no add-ins. No add-ins meaning it's just like flour, sugar, beets, and butter. Is it the Weelicious recipe? I'm curious if you're looking at one of the ones that I had examined. There was yeah. That one was super basic. I like that it used raw beets. I thought that was interesting. The raw shredded beets. It does. Well, you said it. It did look rather plain. It did not look like. It looked like. Hold on. What's the generous way to put this? It looked like you could make it really quickly. And it was not complicated. But I will say from like a basic perspective, like it also seemed to be a good base if you wanted to use that to add onto or like riff off of. I thought it would be good for that purpose. So again, we got about 2.5 cups worth of chicken. Perfect. And this is super plain. I'd put salt and pepper on here and not much else. So that is good to go. So far, it's going well. We're weighing chicken pieces, or weighing chicken currently. The beets are in the oven still. They've been in there for 1 hour and 45 minutes now. They were not quite there yet. So we gave them a little bit of extra time. Give them a little bit of extra time. It does, Tatsu, it does. That's a good call out on that one. I wasn't too sold on it because I honestly, it just looked too plain. Like it looked like it was very middle of the road. Like it didn't excite me. It wasn't the like type of beet a flavor I was looking for either. Like I'm really looking for something with a little bit more depth. Like I do love recipes that use raw shredded beet, because the other thing with raw shredded beet is it cooks up really quickly. Okay, now this smells like beets. Smells like it. I'm hearing sizzling from inside of here. And we're pretty soft. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to open this and just check these. So they look good. We got moisture inside. Let's see if I can get how far in here I can get a knife. Yeah. These are, I feel like, I mean, I can pierce them easily. Let me get the internal temp of this thing. I might want to give these another few minutes. Like these are large beets, and how are we doing on the inside? I'm gonna okay. Interior temperature in here is 175. I think those are pretty good. And I kind of want to get these up to like 200. I'm still going to give these another few minutes. This is my cat's treat recipe. Oh my God, Tatsu. Okay, I'm sold. I'm sold, but in the opposite direction from what sales usually implies. So we're going to leave these, I'm going to leave those in the oven until they hit the 2-hour mark, which is 13 minutes from now. And then I'm going to pull them because I do think they'll be finished. I can get a knife all the way into them like relatively easily. But I know from generally just like general having roasted beets a bunch of times ever, that I want the skin to be peeling off just a little bit too. And I was scraping the skin with the tip of the thermometer and it wasn't quite coming off yet. So I want these to be good. And I have these huge beets that I was roasting at the wrong temperature to start. So bear with me. Let's put this chicken jus in the fridge where that can start cooling down and solidifying. And all right, let's look. I'm gonna look at this recipe. So we're going to add, okay, beets, heavy cream, and beets, honey, and a cream base. So we need our stand mixer. Let's get the stand mixer out. I need the stand mixer and the food processor. So we're going to use some appliances today. I'm wondering if you could roast. I wonder if it would work to cook them in the Instant Pot. It's not really roasting them. Is it like, would the Instant Pot be roasting them? I feel like they wouldn't turn out the same. I feel like they would be, that's more like steaming. It would be a lot quicker. But that would be a steam process. I don't think that's really what I'm looking for. I just talked myself out of that one, didn't I? I did. Yeah, I feel like that would be not ideal. Okay. I'm going to measure out my other ingredients because we have some weights. We have some weights that I want to get. All of the recipes I was looking at were measured out by cups. So I just want to like weigh some of these things. So I have an actual, like, I can just use the scale because I hate using I hate like measuring stuff like that. So we're going to measure out a couple things. We do need Kanara for something like that. I totally agree, Angry Rook. But yeah, I feel like it would just be, I feel like it would just be steamed. Like roasting is a specific, it's like heat and time. And the Instant Pot is like steam and pressure. So I don't know. Okay, we have a cup. I have a half cup because my cup measure I just used for chicken. Let's measure out a half cup of sugar, or 1 cup of sugar. 1, 2. So thank you for the shout out to Kanara, fellow food and drink streamer, fellow founding advisor to the Food and Drink Creator Club. Kanara is doing right now, actually, and she should be starting right now, noon Eastern or noon Pacific, so 3 p.m. Eastern. She was doing a like be prepared stream talking about how to like prepping like a go bag, prepping a pantry for like a long form power outage. Really neat stuff. I've caught a few of her streams where she's done that before, and it's it's always very informative. Like she's done that concept or that topic a couple times. And it's always worth going over again. Like, you know, not everyone who watched it the first time or saw it, you know, not everyone who's seeing it is having it repeated. So I need to remember that myself too. Although I repeat myself all the time. So anyway. Okay, so we have sugar and butter. These are going to get creamed together. We have 1 egg that gets added with a teaspoon of vanilla extract and a teaspoon of orange extract. So let's measure those. Let's measure those out as well. That is powerful stuff. Oh, it's clear. Good. I forgot what it looked like because what did I use this for? I used the orange extract for the orange creamsicle cookies. That's why I have it. It's like, why do I even have that? Oh, Liz, I would get it washed as close to company time as possible. And what I mean close to company time, I mean I wouldn't use your light afternoon to get a car wash unless it's going to bring you joy, in which case sounds like a great idea. 2 1/4 cups of rye flour. Oh, it's on company time either way. Why not both? I don't know. Speaking as someone who hasn't gotten the car washed ever, I probably just wouldn't. I would always worry about it. I would be like, well, what happens if I hit like a mud puddle and get like a big splash up the side or something? All right, so this says 30 grams is 1/4 cup. So I need 3 times 29, 18, 20, 3 times 9 is 27. Base 10 is 270. So 270 grams, right? 30 times 9. 40. Yeah, 270 grams. Grams. Okay. $30, $40, $50, $60, $72. Liz, the meal for tonight, the one that is the pasta, is going to be dinner tonight too. The beet cookies are also going to be for today, I suppose, but they're not a meal. The cookies are for myself. The Orzo lemon chicken is for is a work recipe. So wait, it was 270 grams. A teaspoon of baking powder. We're not going to weigh a teaspoon of baking powder. Half a teaspoon of kosher salt. We're not going to weigh that either. Okay. All my ingredients are measured out. We're at an hour and we're at almost at 2 hours for the beets. I am going to go ahead and just get those out because they were ready-ish. They were ready enough beforehand. Now I think that they are definitely ready. And if they're not absolutely perfect, I think that's also okay. I would not have bought beets this large if they weren't the best ones available. And the next time we'll know how to roast them better, right? I don't want to do my taxes. Yeah. Liz. No, I'm with you. Does Twitch give us a text form? Funny you should ask that. They're supposed to, but I don't have one from them. They have quite literally never sent me a text form. They're supposed to send a text form. I just went back in yesterday and resubmitted all of my tax info to Twitch because Gwen had asked me to send her all of our tax stuff, and I did, and I was like, well, once again, I do not have a Twitch form, and she got really annoyed at me, and then I was like, well, let me try again. So I just went and resubmitted all my tax stuff to them. So do they give you a tax form? They're supposed to. Do they actually? No, they never have. Kremlish, welcome. Hello. All right, so these are, yeah, these are looking good. We got roasted beets. I'm just kind of letting them sit on here. Now, in a world where I have patience, I would let these sit and cool for 30-ish minutes until they are completely not steaming anymore. We don't live in that world, though. So I'm going to do this now and complain about how hot they are. What I am going to do is hold them down and peel them with a peeler. Now, these are coming along a lot better. So the skin earlier, when I was like, they're supposed to be able to peel really easily when they're like perfectly roasted, that is what's happening. So these are good. These are good to go. Yeah, Twitch has a tax FAQ, and they say in the FAQ that they send you a form, and when they send it, like, you know, an FAQ is nice, but they didn't do the thing. Like, I haven't actually gotten it. I didn't get it any year I've had a monetized channel. So it has, in practice, they have not sent me anything. Now, I don't think it's because I have wrong information in there. And they also said that if you make if you have received under a certain threshold, that you don't get a form, but like functionally I have exceeded that threshold, so I should be getting one. So I don't know. Is there an interview? No, they don't interview you. They just, as long as you meet the criteria, you get the money. Okay, so I am I'm starting to like cut these apart. We've got I'm cutting off the tops and the bottoms here. Now eventually, what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to cut these apart. We're going to finish peeling them. And then we're going to put them in the food processor and puree all of them. Like, so I'm going to puree both of these beets. When I'm finished pureeing them, I'm going to take them out of the food processor and measure how much is there. Because I I don't think I'm going to use like 2 whole beets for this. Specifically these 2 whole beets, because they are, again, very large. But we'll see. So I'm doing this again in a world where I had more patience. I would let these cool a lot more before doing any of what I'm doing right now. But it's just because picking this up with my bare hands in the moment would be like handling like a charcoal, like a piece of charcoal. So I don't want to do that. You know. D Gamers, welcome in. Fallout 4 on my Switch 2. It's only crashed once. Is can I ask a non-gamer question? Wait, which one is the Switch? Switch 2. Switch is Nintendo, and 2 is the new one. Okay, sorry, my brain's trying to catch up to like what you actually mean by that. So it's a new console. Is Fallout 4 an old game or a new game? I'm guessing that Fallout 4 is the most recent game. Based on that. Could be old. We could be on like Fallout 7 by now. I don't know. I have no idea. It's old. Okay. Well, see? It's fun. When you don't know much, you get to be wrong regularly. Okay. So, I'm so close to being able to touch this with my hand. It's like just on the other side of hot from what I can handle. I'm stabbing it with the spoon, and the spoon is like coming out because the beet is soft enough. These are definitely roasted well at this point. I've seen some folks or some roasted recipes that use roasted beets, not for cookies, but just like in general, call for peeling them first and then roasting them, which I don't love doing that. I feel like the skin helps keep the skin just keeps more of the moisture inside and like helps it steam a little better, right? And so they're working on Fallout 5. See, like I said, I don't know much. It's helpful to not know things sometimes because, you know, I just get to ask questions. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to plug the food processor in. It works. We're going to cut these beets up. Yeah, look at that. That is such a lovely sight. Hold on. Look at this. That is so cool. I mean, hot, but I just love the look of the inside of a roasted beet. The inside of a beet in general, but a roasted beet specifically, look at that. So pretty. Look at the steam coming off. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's so good. I'm excited. Okay. So I'm just cutting this up into some like chunks. So it, you know, in the food processor, I don't know. I don't actually need to do what I'm doing right now. I'm just doing it for aesthetic purposes because I wanted to cut it in half and see what it looked like. That's why I'm doing it. Zero other reason. Yes, very hot. And now this whole thing is just gonna like shoot red juice and steam everywhere. It's gonna be like fucking, yeah, it's gonna look wild. Gonna look wild. Again, what I want to do with this is puree it, and then empty it into a bowl, measure out what I need, and then we're going to put it back in, and that's when we'll do the mixing with the rest of the ingredients. And that's when we'll move along to like creating the dough, which is really the fun part, you know? Fallout 4 is from 2015. Oh my God. So it's like 10, nope, sorry, 11. 11 years old. Well, might not be 11 yet, but it's in its 11th year. Sheesh. I have played 0 of the Fallout games. I watched the first season of the Fallout show. I don't think that counts though. That's not a like... That's not a big claim to any sort of knowledge. Okay. Let's put that knife away, put that in the sink. This is all gonna go into the compost because this is not, beet leavings are not good stock material. Not only do they turn everything red, they're a little bit sour. I'm gonna leave this parchment out here. I'm just trying to keep my counter from getting awful. Surflip says the show was good. I also have not watched season 2, so it's on the list of things, but like it's way far down the list, honestly. Not that far down the list, but like I'm not right now. Like a new season of Survivor just started, so I'm out for anything else. Traitors finale is tonight. All right. We're pureeing. This is going to help things cool down significantly. All right. I just need to keep wiping down the sides of this. We use the red spatula for this because beets are because beets stain everything they touch indefinitely, and the red spatula does not care about such things. Okay, we're just going to keep pureeing and pressing. Actually, I could do one more round. I still see a chunk. I still see some chunks kicking around in here. Oh, anniversary edition. What does anniversary edition mean? Do they just like give you a special skin and keep everything else the same? All right. This is looking good. All right, what we're gonna do now, I'm gonna take this out of here and put all of this into a 4-cup measuring, like glass measuring cup, just to see how much volume I actually have. It's not completely pureed, which is fine. I don't really want it to be fully pureed yet, because we're gonna add some more stuff here. But I do want to see how much of this I have. Pause. If I'm going to weigh this, then I need to weigh the glass first. Done. Okay, perfect. Do you like the Switch 2? I haven't really heard anything about it. We have a Switch at the house, but no one, like, I don't want to say no one uses it, but like I don't have a reason to upgrade it. There's no good, like, compelling. Neither the only 2 people who play video games in this house have not even mentioned it. So I'm sort of like, I haven't thought about it. It hasn't come across my radar as a thing that would be necessary. Every once in a while, like Calvin will play Mario Kart with some of his friends or like with me. I'm trying to get him to play like Zelda or something like at least interesting, but he doesn't really seem to want to do that. So as much as I would love it if he like played an actual video game, he's just like sucked into Roblox all the time. And it's like button mashing crap. But whatever. Whatever. All right. So that is, hold on. I need to bang this against the counter. So hold on. I need to turn my oven down. Okay. I'm going to turn my oven down just a little bit. That is 547 grams of beets. $547 grams. That's 19.3 ounces. Why would you ever use ounces when you have grams available? Now oh, that was fucking stupid. Let's bang this down so that the beets shoot up out of it and hit me directly in the eye. They're not hot anymore. They're just, oh. Oh. I get it all. It's not what you think. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this again. I'm gonna do this again. Okay. That is damn near that's 2¼ cups of beet puree. I don't need that much beet puree. So let's, what is this recipe? This recipe calls for 3/4 cups. The one that I'm working on. Ugh, you're right. I'm glad I'm wearing black. Would you say you were beat up? Yeah, it got that one. That one got me right in the face. Right, like right in my right in the eyes. I was like looking at it and I saw it hit my eye. Hold on, I have text messages. Okay, not that. Okay, don't need to respond to any of those. No, okay. Sorry. It's that time of day where like my kid is in transit from school. So like any text messages right now, I'm like, what's happening? I'd like to try this with a cup of beet puree. I'm going to try. I think I'm going to bump this up to a cup. I don't know why, because I just like the number better. That's it. That's the reason. That's the whole reason. Okay. Sticks in. Welcome in on YouTube. Hello. I am seeing your messages. Yes, I am sometimes slower to respond to messages if I'm sort of like just processing something mentally. Sofa says, I'm glad I wear glasses. Yeah. It is definitely it would be helpful. It would have been helpful. How do I measure out a cup of this? I'm going to measure, let's measure a cup of this. I'm just going to measure a cup directly into the container. I want to figure out how much a cup of beet puree weighs. That's what I'm aiming at here. This is a slow process. Stickstand says, so what am I making? What am I making for the kids today? Well, today, all of this is my kid will eat all of this. What I'm making right now is beet cookies. And then in just a little bit, we're going to be working on a recipe for a Orzo chicken lemon dish, pasta dish, like a one-pan pasta dish. That will be for dinner tonight. So that's going to be for dinner. I'm making cookies right now, beet forward cookies. They're standard cookies that use beet puree in them. So it was 110 grams in that first half cup measure. And I'm measuring the weight of this because what I'd like to be able to do is give both a weight and a cup measure. For folks like myself who are like, I don't actually want to use a cup measure at all, I want you to be able to use the scale. So that was 110 grams in that first half cup. There's 216 total grams right now. So that is let me check that this is actually a half cup. It is actually a half cup. So 216, let me just say 220. I'm going to put 220 in there because 216 bothers me. 18, 20, 220 grams. So 1 cup equals 220 grams.
I'm sure that whatever is happening can be explained by science.
7.8 ounces. That's great. This is good because a cup is also generally about 8 ounces, depending on the density of whatever it is you're measuring. So that's good. That's at 7.8 ounces. So, Sticksan on YouTube says, are those cooking books behind you? Yes, they are. I have a couple. We have 2. One is just basically a food reference, the Vegetarian Flavor Bible. I like this one because it is good for like research. And the other one is a cookbook that I've been cooking out of recently that I really love called 108 Asian Cookies by Kat Liu. That is exactly what it says. It's 108 different Asian cookies. This is not one of them, but I am still very delighted to cook from that cookbook regardless. Okay, let's take the rest of this and we'll put it in the fridge. Depending on other factors, I may come back to this. I don't know how long this will last in the fridge, but we may try this again on Tuesday if these things go well, or if they don't. I may just eat this with like chips, honestly. This is like a hummus. Like at this point, this is just a hummus. So we're going to store that because I only need a cup of it for this recipe. So that's what we're doing. It is a beautiful color, right? Baking is science and science uses weight. Exactly, Nick. That's that is the point. And for like, generally speaking, I'm also trying to like create a recipe. So I need to know, I don't want to know just what the ingredient that I'm like, I don't need to know just exactly what a cup of beet puree weighs, right? I want to know how much total weight these 2 beets, how much did they weigh at the beginning? How much do they weigh after they're roasted? How much do all of them weigh at once? How much does a cup of that weigh? So that basically at any point, I can sort of back up. I can back into a change in my recipe without having to do the whole thing over again, right? That's sort of the goal. Yeah, Nick, volumes are weird with dry and semi-solid stuff. Right. Like I know that a gram, 1 milliliter of water equals 1 gram, but 1 milliliter of honey is different because it's much denser. So there are adjustments to be made based on the material that you're using. 6chan on YouTube says you're very specific about the ingredients. Am I a professional chef or have a PhD in cooking? No, I'm not a professional chef. I do not have a degree in cooking. I have like 20 some years of experience cooking, and it is my largest hobby, or my most frequent hobby. Okay, in the blender, puree the beets, honey, and we've reached a decision point. We've reached an inflection point where I keep saying, I'm not sure which one I'm going to use. I don't know which one I'll use, blah, blah, blah. Angry Rook, you have a Borders Books price tag on yours. That's amazing. That is amazing on your Joy of Cooking cookbook. I love that. Yeah, 1 tablespoon of honey is 21 grams. 1 tablespoon of water is 15 grams. So much denser. Sixan on YouTube. I'm not sure who Brian Johnson is, but I would love to have $1 million to spend on all things food related. That would be quite nice. I'd be okay with that. I want to do a 1/4 cup of honey. 1 tablespoon, a 1/4 cup is 4 tablespoons. 4 tablespoons of honey is 2, 4, 6, 84 grams. So 84 grams of honey. Now, why did I take this off of the thing before I needed to? I don't know. Okay, let's do 84 grams. Now, I was saying a moment ago, we're at a point where I need to make a decision. And that decision is what cream-based thing do I want to be part of this dish? 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 87. Close enough. Our options, we have 3 options. Heavy cream. So other flavors in here, we have a couple flavors. Flavors are beets, honey, vanilla, orange, and rye, like rye flour. I could either use sour cream, mascarpone cheese, which is a sweet, in order of density, okay, mascarpone cheese is the densest and the sweetest of these things. The sour cream would be number 2, which is the most sour, and the is the most acidic. Or heavy cream, which is the least dense, adds the most liquid per se to the thing. The more I think about it, the more I'm leaning towards sour cream too, Cyborg, but you could use yogurt too. I actually don't have yogurt. Otherwise, that would definitely be an option. Mascarpone is a cheese, and it's denser. I'm worried about adding liquid to this because I also added more beet than I thought I would, which will add liquid to this. So I think I'd like to try to use the mascarpone because I think what I want out of this is creaminess. I'm not looking for a sour flavor, and I'm worried about adding too much extra moisture. So I think I'm gonna go with the mascarpone because I bought it. Because I have it and I'm not gonna use it for anything else. The sour cream I'll definitely eat otherwise. So I think I'm going to go with the mascarpone. Delicious, creamy, spreadable cheese for bagels, toast, and tiramisu, it says. Sticksan on YouTube says, why be so specific about ingredients? Well, I'm writing a recipe. So generally speaking, if I'm cooking, I am winging it. Like, I'm not measuring as much. I'm not really too concerned about the total volumes of things. But what we're doing today is I am building a recipe that doesn't exist yet. And why be so specific? Well, there's a couple reasons. One, I want to be able to give a direct, clear, precise, and accurate both directions and volumes. I want to also help myself in the future. So say, for example, I make these cookies, I bake them, and they're too much in one direction. There's too much beet, right? They're just like, it's too much. It's the beet, say the beet is there, but it's like too there. I don't want to overwhelm. I want the beet to be prevalent and flavor number one, but I also don't want it to like really overwhelm everything. So what I want to do is I want to know, how much does a cup of beets weigh? Right? One, because I want to be able to give you directions, but two, if I need to back it off from a cup to like 3/4 of a cup or half a cup, then I will know how to do that accurately. You know, I can test it again without having to like remeasure all of it. So the purpose of measuring so precisely is for the benefit of people making it, but also for the benefit of myself who is like testing it. Right? And yeah, my family's going to be the first folks to test this as it happens. Okay, so 1/4 cup of this is 14 grams. No, sorry, a tablespoon of this is 14 grams. So I want to add 10, 20, 30, 40, 14 times 4 is 56. 56 grams. Now this, I do want to be a little precise about. So how much, this is 8 ounces, 200, okay. So let's be precise about this. I mean, we're being precise about it, the whole thing, but I don't want to be like, well, it's 10 over, oh well. Okay, 46, 51, 54, 56. All right, 56 grams. So that is 1/4 cup of mascarpone cheese. Now we're going to blend all of this together. And this is my like beet puree plus honey plus cheese. Okay. So we're going to mix this. Now this got a lot liquidier, a lot more liquidy from the first round here. I'm going to blend this for another moment and then we'll scrape it and go again. Oops, that wasn't off. I was on pulse. Oh man, the color of this is just gorgeous. Now, I don't think the color of this completely is going to transfer. I think that these cookies, I'm curious what color these are going to end up being. 6N, I don't know how that would work, honestly. Copywriting things. Is it, can you, I'm not planning on publishing this anywhere, I'll say that. I'm planning on, if you are a member of the community and you'd like to like make it, I wouldn't have a problem like sharing it. I considered doing a recipe for like stuff for like subscribers, because I have a couple recipes now that I've made that are just my own that I haven't done anything with. I know, Tatsu, imagine it brown. If this turns out brown, we're gonna add food coloring to it. I might add, based on what the dough looks like, I might add food coloring to it anyway, because I want it to be red. Like, it's gotta be red. Has to be. It has to be red. There's not an option for these cookies to be any other color. Like, and I don't care if there's a little food coloring in it. One specific recipe that I looked up was very clear on that baking powder did less to change the color than baking soda did, and they said that they tested it a couple times. So I kind of believe that, and I think overall I'm going to use baking powder. One other recipe said to put apple cider vinegar in, because that helped slow the reaction. I'm not going to do that today, but if it ends up being like really weird colored, I might try it. 16 says I should pitch these to food brands. Yeah, I could. That is an option. I think if I might at some point. I might at some point. That's why I haven't just like put them on the internet anywhere, because I feel like I don't want to put them out there in the world like that just yet. Okay. Skin the beets, puree the beets, mascarpone and honey until smooth. Cool to room temperature. Well, that's done. Okay, so we're going to make cookie balls now. And I'm going to take a baking pan or baking sheet. And we're going to make a variety of sizes of cookie balls here. We're going to make a variety of sizes, because I want to test, like, okay, if they're 25 grams versus 50 grams, what's the difference, you know? And yeah, so fuck, thank you. I don't respond to messages like immediately, by the way. Like, you don't have to send them twice. I will see them. If I'm not responding to your messages, it's because I haven't gotten the moment to do that yet. Sometimes I like to finish my thought before reading chat, because then I don't lose track of that thought. And that's an important facet for me, if I'm being really honest, is keeping the thoughts in line. Fudge Drawing, wait, do you have a snarky measuring cup comment? That's fine. Listen, Fudge Drawing, I'm very self-aware that I have some, what's the word? Eccentricities about my my measuring. I want to note what hat we're wearing today. Let's make sure that we see that we're all aware that we have the metric hat on, and let's make it even more obvious. Here we go. Okay. We're measuring today. This is we are measuring. We're doing a lot of measuring. Because that's what it is. That's what working on a recipe is. Part of the reason I really enjoy making and creating and writing recipes is the precision of it. The like, oh, I really like cooking, and I take the, often when I'm just doing it for myself, I'm not measuring anything. I mean, y'all have seen me make things on stream enough to know that, like, I'm perfectly comfortable cooking without a recipe. Don't need one. But when we're writing them, it is important. In the bowl of a stand mixer, cream together the sugar and butter on high until light and fluffy, 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, so let's put the butter. We need a cup of butter. That's 2 sticks. 2 sticks of butter. Camille, great question. Camille says, are there any other vegetables you would consider making cookies with, excluding the more obvious choices like carrot and zucchini? Well, carrot for sure. I would and have enjoyed making cookies with those. I have a recipe on the website for apple cookies, which isn't a vegetable, but they are good. They have cheddar cheese in them too. Other vegetables that I would consider making cookies, specifically cookies with. Sweet potatoes. DJ Harley, we're on the same page. Sweet potatoes. I was just thinking of what vegetables change flavor when roasted. Sweet potatoes would be amazing. Turnips. Hakurei turnips specifically, they're the white turnips with the bright green tops. I think those would be really good. Those are really good when you braise them with maple syrup. So I'm betting that like a turnip maple cookie would be really tasty. Okay, butter and sugar are going. So let's put those, we're gonna get that up to high, and we'll give that a 2 minutes. Okay. Cauliflower cookies, I think would probably be okay. I think cauliflower doesn't have, apologies to like the cauliflower lovers, but cauliflower doesn't seem to have a lot of flavor on its own. I wonder if you could do cauliflower and like, I'm thinking of things that I love, like flavors like a curry or a nutmeg, like cauliflower, butter, nutmeg cookie might be good. All right, we're at about a minute for this, so we're going to pause here so we can scrape down our mixer. Yeah, cauliflower and like garam masala, something warm. Yeah, so it's neutral. It's a good base. It would be a good addition. I think I've seen cookies with like lentils before. Gwen's brother last night made brownies with black beans and avocado, which she thought sounded awful and I thought sounded intriguing. Lentils. Is a lentil a vegetable? Do we consider a lentil a vegetable? I kind of do. Okay. We'll go back up we go. And we're mixing again. A grain fudge drawing. Okay. No, you're right. You're right, of course. The legume. It is not a vegetable. I think sweet potato is the first thing that came to mind. I think a sweet potato cookie would be good. It is vegetal. Vegetal. Let's see. I'm wondering if anything like springs to mind if I just browse through here. A tomato cookie? A tomato's not a vegetable. A tomato's a fruit. Shut up. Yes, this is true. And you do not put it in a fruit salad. So get out of here. Olives? Mushroom. You could use mushroom cookie. You could use mushroom in a lot of stuff. You could just put mushroom powder in anything. Honestly. All right, we're looking light and fluffy here. Good. Yeah, cherry tomato cookie. I could be down with that. I would try any of those things, to be fair. Now, I love the idea of a cookie that has the ingredient in it and not just on it. So like, you know, when you have, you see like a tomato bread or like a tomato focaccia bread, but it's just got like sun-dried tomato on top of it. That's, well, I guess focaccia is probably a bad example because that would be really good. But I'm thinking of like cookies where you would use the thing inside of it and not just like the essence of the thing either. Like one of the things that annoyed me when I was looking up, or not necessarily annoyed me because I understood it and I was looking for it, but when looking up beet recipes, beet cookie recipes, was that there was a bunch that we saw that were like, you know, this recipe uses beetroot powder and doesn't taste like beets. And I was like, okay, but I don't want that. I want it to like really be the thing. You know what I mean? I want it to really reflect the fact that it's got beets in it. I don't want it to be, this is not a like sneaky way to get your kid to eat beets type of thing, which I got those. We got those. We don't need those. We don't need to be sneaky about it. My kid likes beets, so it's okay, you know? Sophia says bananas are technically a berry. Blackberries are a compound fruit. What is a compound? I've never even heard that term before. Whiskey Fox, welcome in. I followed you recently, fellow food and drink streamer. Welcome in. Whiskey Fox, I should ask you if you are interested in joining the Food and Drink Creator Club, officially sponsored by Twitch. There's a link to it in chat. Anyway, no worries if not, as the anxious people like to say. But regardless, welcome in. Always nice to have someone else who's doing the food and drink thing come through stream. I put my my mixer blade in the sink and then realized that I still needed it. So instead of washing it, we're going to cheat and we're going to get out the other one that I have and we're going to make them both dirty. How's that? How's that? Okay. In the bowl of a stand, mix the cream together with the sugar and butter and high until light and fluffy, about 2 minutes. Add the beet puree, vanilla extract, orange extract, salt, and egg, and mix on medium until fully incorporated. Okay. Okay, I actually want to add the salt to the dry ingredients. So we're going to add the beet puree. We have the vanilla extract. We have the orange extract, a teaspoon of both. And then the egg. So we're going to add the egg. I'm going to add the egg here first so I don't get any shells in case I get shells. Yep, see? I got a shell right there. I'm going to do this thing again where I like chase it around the bowl, and then eventually I'm going to get a spoon out of the drawer. No, I got it. Yeah. Yeah, bitch. All right, we got it. I'm going to add the egg, and then we will add the beet puree. I thought a beet was a root, Tatu. I mean, it is a root, right? I don't know. Raspberries are the same. Raspberries, a compound fruit, may be an aggregate fruit, which one flower contains several separate ovaries which merge during development. A multiple fruit, in which several flowers, each with an ovary, develop into small fruits that are clustered or fused together into a larger fruit. God, I really need the more you know motion graphic. I really need it. I need it. Forever on the stream, I've wanted a graphic that just goes from here to here, the rainbow, the star that says the more you know. And I've tried, I've looked for it online. I can't find it. I can't find one that I want anywhere. And I really want it for exactly this purpose because that's when you need it. Will I ever get my graphic? No, probably not. Probably not. What I want is super specific though. I want I want it to do exactly, I want it to move from like one exact place to another. I don't know. Nick says, I drop my eggs into the bowl so they crack naturally and stay attached to the lining. I just crack mine into a bowl so that I don't, because I always end up with shells and things, and I know that, and I don't want to fish shells out of my cookie batter or out of the back of my throat as I'm eating a cookie and it hasn't dissolved in baking. Okay, well this is looking good. I'm not gonna lie. While we need to do some dishes before we get to the next part of stream, just like every day. A food and drink fitness streamer. Oh, I love that. I do. You know what? I saw that. I was looking at some of your VODs and I was like, oh, this is different. I love the idea of like doing workouts on stream and sort of that type of thing, but it feels very intimidating. And I'm not really sexy when I do it. I just kind of sweat and I look like a gremlin. Is there a sound? I think there was a sparkle. There was some kind of sparkle I felt. Okay, hold on, pause. I added only the flour to this. So I need baking powder and salt. I still need to add baking powder and salt. I need a whole teaspoon of baking powder and a half a teaspoon of salt. So we'll do the baking powder first. We got one, there's a half teaspoon, confirm. Okay, I'm gonna put this in and then I'm going to whisk it together. I would consider running this through like a little sifter, but I'm not. I don't know. I hate sifting stuff like that. It just kind of annoys me. I don't look good when I do it either. Listen, but part of the thing is that you do it, and so that's exciting. Just doing it at all is difficult. Add the beet puree, vanilla, orange extract, and egg, and mix on medium until fully incorporated. Okay, so we're going to mix this on medium. Until fully incorporated. I might end up having to scrape down the sides a little bit here, or it looks like I'm going to. This is bright red. Jay Guy, welcome in. Have you seen the menu yet? No, I have not. The movie. I have not. I have not heard of the menu. Maybe I have. Is it old? Is it old? I feel like maybe I have. Now that you're saying it, I'm like, wait, sounds kind of familiar. Like 5 years old. Oh, yeah, no, I didn't see that. I think I heard about it, but like everything else in my whole life, the time to do it had passed me by, and now it's old, and I won't probably ever get to it. Like all those TV series that I haven't seen and all those movies I haven't seen. It just, the pile of things that I really should watch, I don't have enough lifetime left to watch all of them. That's how I see it. And it's fine. And I forgive myself for that. Stir together the flour and baking powder and salt. Stir dry ingredients into the wet mixture until just combined. Have you watched Heated Rivalry? No. J-Guy, I have watched nothing recently. You know what the two most recent things that I watched were? Enter the Dragon and Rumble in the Bronx. I watched every episode of Traitors this season. And that's it. That's the only thing I've watched for the past 3 months. See, Whiskey Fox, I don't even bother anymore. I'm just like, I'm not going to watch it. If you tell me you should watch something, I'm going to say, that's nice. And then I'm literally not going to do it. And I'm going to be very open about it. Because I'm not. Because I don't watch. At the end of my day, I do not sit down and watch TV. Just some days I do. Most days I do not. And it's very likely that today is not going to be one of those days. It's pretty certain that tomorrow is not going to be one of those days. I just don't. I watched The Expanse, which was really good. Phoenix, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, I watched The Expanse, and then that ended after season 6, and I am now on book 8 because for reading. I recently finished watching Outlander after like 2 years worth of trying to watch it. That's it. That's literally it. Survivor came back on last night, so I will watch that because that's a show that I enjoy in real time. Calvin and Gwen and I all watched the most recent season of Alone recently. I think my point in my watching, if I'm like examining my watching habits, I sit down with the intention of watching one thing. I watch that one thing, and then I turn off the screen. And if it's rare that I will sit down and watch something that someone has like recommended. I'm more likely to read something that you recommend to me, like a book, than I am to like watch something. If you recommend music to me, I will listen to it. But like watching something, I don't know. I know it's weird because like Twitch, right? I watch a lot more Twitch and I consume a lot more live streaming than I do television or like scripted shows. Borscht meringue pie. Phoenix, that's all right. I'm into that idea. Well, the dough here looks good. This is very pretty. We've got a really nice looking sort of purple-ish dough. It's dark. It's very dark. Let's try this. I know this has raw flour and egg in it, but like we got to try the dough, right? What do you usually read? I go back and forth between a lot of different things. I love science fiction. I love short stories of I love short sci-fi stories. I enjoy, I read a lot of parenting books. Like I read just like generalized parenting books. I'm a dad, so like, you know, it comes with the territory. I read, the past couple years, I've been reading a lot more about gender and race type books. Yeah, those are kind of the main topics. I mean, that tastes like cookie dough. That tastes like beets. Got orange in there. I can taste all the flavors that I put in here. So that's a good start. That's a good start. Whiskey Fox says, what would you recommend for a first-time father whose little one just turned 4? The delay was worrisome, Fudge Darling. Yeah. Well, I was letting the taste sort of marinate for a moment before I made a comment about it. I said that I was gonna roll this into balls before letting it cool. I'm not. I am going to let this cool in the fridge because it is a little bit soft, and I don't think I could roll this into balls yet. So we're gonna let this cool. We're gonna give this maybe like an hour or so in the fridge, and start on my other recipe while this sort of chills a bit. I'm spreading it up the side of the bowl so that it has a lot more sort of surface area and cools quicker. Now, this is let's try to roll just like one of, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna cook one of these. We're gonna do like a 2 cookie tray right now, and we're just gonna see what happens when you cook it right away. Because this might be something where I decide that you just scoop it like a drop cookie straight from here onto the parchment, and then you just put it in the oven, which honestly would be ideal. Do I think that's actually going to be how it is? No, I do not. But let's scoop out. I have a 3 tablespoon scoop. So let's just do like two cookie scoops on this tray. We'll put them in the oven for 12 minutes and we'll like see what happens. DJ Harley says, so I think walnuts will be good. I do. Yeah, I was actually thinking about making this with walnut flour or like a nut flour too. Whiskey Fox, back to your question, Surflip, How to Talk So Kids Will Listen is a good book. I agree with that. I would also say one of the ones that I have come back to over and over is The Danish Way of Parenting. That one has been informative. My son is 10. That one has been informative from that age down to it was informative when he was a lot younger, and it's still informative. I just read it again in November. Oh, it says he's home. He must have come in quietly and snuck downstairs. Okay. I'm weighing what 1 scoop here is. So this is 36 grams. I'm literally just going to scoop 1 cookie onto this tray. And then we're also going to do let's do one that's a little smaller than that on the same tray. And then we're going to chill this dough, because I do think it's probably going to be better if it's chilled. Like, will these be good as they are? Probably. Okay, so I just scraped all the dough that was on the outside and stuck on the inside of the scoop back into the bowl. And now it says that there are 30, that was a 32-gram cookie. So let's just take, what are we doing here? Tests. 32 grams. And let's do one that is I'm going to do this with a spoon so I can get all of it off the spoon. This is important. We're going to do one that is a 20-gram cookie. Okay, this one is 20. It does look like a scoop of sherbet or ice cream for sure. And we're going to cook these for the same time, obviously. So this is basically a 3-tablespoon cookie and a 2-tablespoon cookie. No chill. All right, so here we go. We're going to pop these in the oven and see what they look like. This is the dough before it goes in. My oven is at 375, and let's set a 10-minute timer. 375 might be too hot. I don't know. Again, we're making it up. Most cookies are like 350, right? Like 350 is such a common oven temp. I'm hoping, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how they go. Honestly, I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea what they're going to be. Yeah, one was a scoop. I just used the cookie scoop kind of directly out of the thing and just clicked it out and let it sit. The other one, I used a spoon and like measured sort of as precisely as I could grams out of the bowl. So yes, they're different shapes, but I think functionally they'll sort of sink down just the same. And I'm going to leave all of these, I'll leave these utensils. Actually, I'm going to leave these utensils in on the counter here, and we'll let the dough cool in the fridge for a little bit. Try those two. And then we'll let that cool. Just put that towards the back there. And I think I'm going to start on the other recipe that I'm intending to do today. Are you wearing red underwear or a t-shirt? I'm wearing a red t-shirt. Yes. Underneath of my sweatshirt. And I'm getting to the point where I actually want to take the sweatshirt off because it's starting to feel really warm. Let's do a quick hand wash here. So here's what I'm going to do. While those cookies are baking, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to run a game of words on stream. I'm going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. If you don't want to watch the ads and you want to hear what I'm saying during that time, you can head over to YouTube. There's a link to that in chat if you're watching on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, congratulations. We don't have any ads on the channel right now. When we come back from that, we're going to take a look at those cookies and get them probably out of the oven. I'm putting some ingredients, so I'm putting some of this stuff away right now. When those cookies are finished, we're going to turn our attention to our recipe, the other recipe that we're working on, which is a lemon orzo, lemon chicken orzo, one pan lemon chicken orzo. let's write that down. Because that's probably the best way to say this. 1 pan lemon chicken orzo. Orzo is a type of pasta. So when we come back, we're going to check the cookies and then we'll start on that. But before we do that, we're going to play a game of words on stream. And we're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch while I get through some of these dishes here. If you're not familiar with Words on Stream, it is a guessing game where there are words displayed on the top, kind of like Scrabble, and on the bottom, in the chat box, you type what words you think you see in the words or in the letters that are displayed on top, and they will be put into onto the board. And if we clear the board and win and fill it all up, then we keep playing. And if not, we keep playing until the ads are over anyway. So that's what we're going to do now. I'm just grabbing these couple things that were over here already on the clean dish rack because it is an awful thing when you do the dishes and put the clean dishes over top of or put the wet dishes over top of the clean dishes that are dry on the rack. Just put them away first. Pro tip. Okay, so let's come over and we'll do that. Let me make sure, let's see if this camera works. Now I tried a new setting with my stove/oven camera that should hopefully allow it to remain on, maybe. Let's see. Do we see the sink? No, we don't see the sink. Sigh. Okay, now we see the sink. Great. Okay, we're gonna play a game of words on stream. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1. Here comes an ad on YouTube, on Twitch. It's 3 minutes long, and we'll be right back.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, now we're gonna fill up the dishwasher with some things, and then other things I need to wash. My measuring cups, I need to wash. My measuring spoons, I need to wash. Because those are gonna get used again momentarily. But other things are not. Other things we'll just put directly in the dishwasher. We'll see how this dough sets up, because I'm curious what it's going to do. I didn't look at it. I'm not looking at it while it's in the oven yet. I'm just going to let it be until it's finished, until the timer goes off, before putting eyes on it, because if I start to look at it too much, I'll start to think about it. Was that a board? Was it? Maybe? I feel like it sounded like it. The sound was happy. Okay. Well, it liked the work that y'all did anyway. Congrats. All right, but we're moving here. We're almost to the point where I actually can do some dishes. I can almost see the bottom of the sink. That's a good thing. do a few dishes.
It's over!
And then we'll be back. We might end up having to do an extra board here because I do need to do the measuring cups. I actually have to watch them, sort of regardless of the ad. Well, welcome back if you are on Twitch. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. We're through the ad break, it seems, and we're finishing a game of words on stream. We are going to do one more game of words on stream after this because I need to get through some of these dishes because I need them for the next part of stream. And, you know, while I'm here, why not? So just a little heads up, FYI. Words on stream is also a great time to get your first time chat in. If you are one of those folks, it's like, well, I don't really have anything to say, but I like getting the first time chat out of the way if you're new to stream. A little heads up too that follows are completely silent. If you are new and enjoy lurking, please feel free to hit the follow button. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, no giant celebration things popping up to jump scare and compel you to feel anxious about having to talk. We are moving forward with these dishes though. Yeah, we are gonna oh, my timer's beeping. That's 10 minutes. Hold on. I'm gonna let those sit for just a second while I finish these because my hands are soapy and it's okay if they are. It's okay. They're test cookies. We're gonna test and see if they can stay in there for a little longer than 10 minutes. Where do my measuring spoons go? They're in here. There they are. Okay. I was like, I know they're in here, but where? Okay. Last couple things. Spoons are done. Get this bowl and these couple knives, and then the other stuff I'm going to leave sit for now. All right. Was that a board? I think that was. All right. That means that we can do another one, which means I can finish these dishes. But let me get the cookies out, or not out. I'm going to take a look at them first. Here, hold on. Let's start the next board. Start the next board. I'm going to put some eyes on these cookies. They are looking good. I'm going to give them another couple minutes. We're just going to let this timer keep going here. Not a couple minutes. We're going to give them another like 35, 40 seconds so I can finish these couple dishes. They're currently at 12 minutes. So the timer for those cookies was for 10 to 12 minutes was my thought, based on all the other recipes that I looked at, and sort of the everything else I looked at was somewhere between like 12 to 15 minutes. So that's sort of my baseline of understanding as well. Okay, I'm gonna let this cutting board continue to soak for a few minutes, and well, a few minutes, like another couple hours. Okay, and we're at time here. Brief visual interruption. We're coming back to the main camera. Sorry. Okay, dishwasher's good. This is good. Things are done. Cookies smell good and are browned around the edges and are red. So not for nothing, but they are the color I want them to be. So there's that. And we'll see how they turned out. Now this is certainly not going to be the final version of this recipe, but I'm happy with sort of where things are currently. If these end up being, I might need to drop the temp of the oven. We'll see. Good job, y'all. Good job. Calvin is here and is asking.
They look like beet cookies.
Well, he said they look like beet cookies. They are beet cookies. I just got them out of the oven. We need to let these cool for a minute, but this is what they look like baked.
I had Roblox plans and Roblox plans, and then I remembered I had to do my homework, so I'm gonna go do my.
They look fake. I said that I wanted you to do your homework before you did anything else today. Mm-hmm. What's that?
Just did my.
Oh, you did your homework. Okay. Sorry. I thought you meant that you were going to do Roblox and then homework. But you finished your homework.
No.
No?
I did. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, good. Enjoy. Look like burger patties. They do. I think I might want to drop the oven temp. Want to let these cool for a few minutes, like yeah, we gotta let these cool because I can't just eat them kind of immediately. But yeah, the bottom is brown. They're very soft. Yeah, very, very soft. So these are like a cake sort of consistency. I'm gonna let these cool off for, let's give these 10 minutes just to cool. And then we'll try them after that. Nick, that's his space theme jacket. That one's pretty old, actually. I don't remember when he got that, but it's been around for a bit. It's at least a year or two old. I'm pretty sure it comes from, I think it comes from Land's End, if I'm remembering. Okay. They are very like velvety sort of colored. That reminds me that I wanted to put a little bit of like powdered sugar on top of these. I want to do like a little bit of powdered sugar. I want to do a little bit of sparkling sugar while they're still a little warm and see which side I like a little better. I think I would probably add the sparkling sugar on here. If I was going to do this, I would add it like beforehand. And maybe I'll put a little bit of salt on the one side and just see kind of which flavor sticks better in my head. I love the idea of sugar, just like a little sugar crust on top though. The sparkling sugar is fun. Yeah, this is the like Wilton brand sparkling sugar, just any grocery store. Any grocery. All right, we're gonna leave these sit for a few minutes. We have our dough in the oven. Not in the oven. So the dough's been in the refrigerator now for 15 minutes, roughly. So let's set a timer here for 45 minutes so I don't forget. I'm not going to forget to get it out, but I want to know sort of how long it's been in there. I think an hour is probably going to be enough. Let's just like give it a little tap. Yeah, I mean, this is already quite a bit firmer. Cream cheese icing Phoenix, though, would be really good. Mascarpone icing. If I use mascarpone in these, we could make like an icing for them that uses like mascarpone and powdered sugar whipped together, because I don't use a whole container of mascarpone, but I could use the rest of it for icing. And that would be pretty good. All right, let's get out my ingredients for this lemon chicken orzo. Well, first let's wipe this counter. It has beet red beet all over it. I have towels around here that I'm also sort of like, these are done. We don't need these anymore. Yeah, let's wipe off this counter before I go any further. Okay. My oven is still on. I also think 350 might be a better temperature because I feel like they might have cooked too fast around the edges and not quick enough in the center. Like I think they might be a little bit underdone, but I took them out because the edges are browned. Usually when like the outside edge of the bottom of a cookie starts looking brown, it's pretty much like the indicator that it's finished. So I took them out because of that, but I don't actually know if they're completely cooked all the way through. So kind of first thing we are going to look for when taking a test of those is, are they cooked all the way through? Who knows? Okay. Let's read this recipe. This is just a base recipe, so I don't have any like super specifics in here yet. We have ingredients: rotisserie chicken, orzo, salt, pepper, lemon. The lemon is going to be like lemon juice. I think you could also, I'm not sure whether I want to add like, I think I want to add like one whole lemon worth of juice and then zest that lemon. Because if I'm going to ask someone to buy and use a lemon, I kind of want you to use both aspects of it. And I don't know if the juice of one lemon is going to be enough for it to be like super lemony. But I think the zest would get it over the finish line. Butter, feta, and dill. I'm not sure how much of any of those things yet. So again, I've made this before in various forms, but today we're quantifying it, which means I am going to measure all the things and like figure out like how much butter do I put in? Because usually when I'm making something, I'm just like, oh, it's not enough butter. We'll just add another tablespoon. You know, I'm going to do that today, but I'm also going to like write down how much I put in the first time. So what I was thinking initially for this recipe was that you would cook the chicken thighs in a pan on the stove, and then you would cook the orzo in the same pan. Now, I'm moving into using a rotisserie chicken, like a grocery store chicken for this, so you don't have to cook the chicken. I think for this, I'm going to include some directions that you can cook the chicken, and like, here's how I would do that. But to start, I'm basically just going to take one half of a chicken and use the meat for that. And if it's not enough meat, then I'm going to take the second half worth of meat and dip into that. So earlier in stream, for anyone who wasn't here at that point, I was I roasted a chicken, and then I just cut the chicken in half and took, one thigh, one breast, one leg, took the meat off of those and measured all of that out. So I have 2 quart containers, each that has 1/2 of a chicken worth of meat in it. So we're going to use rotisserie chicken. Step number 1 is then cook the orzo into a stainless steel skillet. Add the orzo and the olive oil and toast, stirring frequently for X number of minutes. So I want you to put orzo into a skillet and fry it for 4 or 5 minutes first. Then we turn the heat to high. We add our salt, our pepper, and an amount of water. I think the basic ratio is for every 4 ounces of orzo you have, it's like a cup of cooking liquid. So I don't want this to end up being liquidy. So I don't want it to be like a stew. You know, so I do want sort of the right amount of water. So I might end up adding some to that. If it's not completely cooked and it's starting to dry out, then we'll add to it. So we bring the water to a boil, turn the heat to medium, we cover it, we cook, stirring frequently. Orzo should be cooked through with an indeterminate amount of water left in the pan. I do want some water left in the pan because there's no sauce on this. The sauce comes from the cooking liquid. So make the sauce. Add the shredded chicken, butter, and lemon to the pan. Stir until incorporated and saucy. Add the dill and the feta. Stir to incorporate. Serve with additional fresh dill on top. So here's what we need to do. We need to measure out. We have the chicken. I need to measure out the orzo. I want to see basically what is 16 ounces of orzo, which is like the box. What is a cup of that? Is it half? It should be about half of a pound of orzo is 16 ounces. 8 ounces of liquid is a cup. Follow? So half a box of orzo should be about a cup. Each box should be roughly 2 cups worth of grain. So we're going to see how much that ends up being. I think a cup of orzo and like 2.5 cups of water should be about right. So Tatsu, we're not reserving. We do want some cooking liquid left in the pan. So because it's orzo, I'm not draining it. So what I'm trying to make sure is that it cooks all the way through with enough liquid left to make a sauce. If it cooks all the way through and it's dry and there's no liquid left in the pan, then I don't have enough to make a sauce. So that's sort of the balance of things that I'm trying to consider here. Okay, where is the orzo that I purchased yesterday? All right, now this is generic brand orzo. I could use Barilla. I have a box of orzo, but I also have this that I got at the grocery store or at Reading Terminal, not the grocery. So I'm gonna use what I got at the grocery, and we're gonna weigh out what it says is the weight for the box. So let's do that. My timer went off for my 10 minutes for the cookies. So let's see. These are still quite warm underneath. I'm going to put these on the cooling rack, and we're going to give those an additional few minutes here. Because I had them on the pan and they were, they were on the pan, but we're going to move them to the cooling rack and let them get dry underneath in the next few minutes, and then we'll see where we land. We'll see where we land with those. Okay, so first things first, measure the orzo. 2 cups should fit into one of these. Oh wait, I had containers out on the counter. Great. We will use those other ones for other stuff. All right. Phoenix asks if I've ever put artichoke in this dish. I haven't. I actually haven't used like artichoke cooking hardly at all. I had a traumatic artichoke cooking experience when the first time I went to try to cook it. It wasn't a traumatic cooking experience. It was actually a traumatic eating experience. So I've been, funny enough, I've been sort of reluctant to use artichoke in cooking. But it would be good in this dish. It would definitely, it would really complement all the other stuff in here. Actually going to write that down. I think that's a good idea to like add as maybe you could do this in addition. There's a place near me that does lemon chicken artichoke orzo, and the lemon sauce is like a gravy. It's really good. I have yet to be able to replicate it. The sauce here, I think, again, if I was doing, I'm gonna weigh out 454 grams of orzo, because that's what it says is in the box. That says 2 cups. And then I'm going to measure it in the measuring cup. Okay, that's 454 grams. Canned artichoke is definitely the way I would go. I would not cook artichoke. I would not cook artichoke for this dish. Peas would also be very good. No, completely. The sort of add-ins to this would be anything that you can just add in and stir around until it's heated through. Okay, so that is right up to the top of that thing. Let's get let's measure out what a cup of this would be. I'm spilling it all over the counter. This is why I wiped the counter, so I could just scrape these orzo back up. Okay, a cup of this, by measure, is 206 grams. So that's not quite half of my by weight. Now, what I want to do is I want to acknowledge that this orzo is probably different and bigger, or is a different sort of size. So let's see. 206. I'm going to try that again. Yeah, cup. Yeah. About 200 grams. 200 grams of orzo is about right. So this is one cup. One cup equals 200 grams. For the sake of comparison, let's see what's in this other container. Now, this is the same container, so I can just put this one right on. 248. So it's a little different here. A cup of this orzo is 200 grams. I'm gonna do something I probably shouldn't. It doesn't really matter because this is all dried anyway. I'm going to see what a cup of the boxed orzo weighs, just for like comparative purposes, because this is what you would buy in the grocery store versus what I have purchased in bulk. Phoenix says, I feel like you could sub out the chicken for a meatier whitefish. Totally could. Totally could. You could do some like cod. Cod would be good in here. Salmon would be good too. Salmon would be really good. Okay. This doesn't have any fish nuggets, fries, and coleslaw. That sounds lovely. I love the addition of coleslaw in that because I would just like scoop up the coleslaw with all of my fries. Okay, that was 198 grams. So a cup of this is about the same as a cup of what I have from the store. And so if we're following the same logic here, my home my bulk purchased orzo is 248 grams in this, which means that if these are roughly the same, that should be about 248 grams in this box. 253. Good. So here's what I would say then. I would say that you should use half a box of orzo, just like half a box, right? Because this is about the same. Now, a cup of orzo is going to leave you slightly more than half a box in general. But let's go through the process of just like, what does half of the box of orzo weigh? Now, this is my boxed orzo. I'm keeping these separate because I don't want to mix them up. So a cup of orzo is about 200 grams. The box says there's 454 grams in the box. Are there 454 grams when we combine these? 451. 451. Okay. Dimitri, great question. What does a box call a serving? Box says that there are 8 servings per container. So if I wanted to do 4 servings, that would be half of a box. So that is about on track. So basically a half a box is like just over a cup, right? So I think for our purposes, let's do this. Let's go with a cup. We'll measure out a cup. $192. We said a cup was 200 grams, so I'm just going to put 200 grams in each of these, and then we're going to see what's left. Should be 25 grams. Should be 50 grams. Okay, those are evenly measured. What's left? 51 grams. So how much is this? That is a quarter. That is a quarter cup. So I am going to say I don't know. I feel like this isn't going to be enough. It's fine. I always make things 1 pound of pasta at a time. I'm not used to opening a box of pasta and putting any of it back in the cabinet. I'm going to for this recipe, so this is why it's a little weird to me. If I'm feeling a little odd about it because because this is not standard behavior for me. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say 1.25 cups of orzo. 1.25 cups is 250 grams. Hold on, I had that tared for the wrong thing. Yeah, 250 grams. All right. All right. We are going to take all this orzo. You know what? I'm just going to use the box. I'm going to use the box stuff. Because that also then leaves a little bit left in here. This is like enough that you could make a smaller meal out of it. And we're going to go ahead and put this orzo, the bulk orzo, just back in the bag. Since I opened the box, I'm going to use it. And if I use it, that will be helpful in the, that'll be helpful because it's like store brand generic Orzo as opposed to this bulk stuff, which I don't know where it came from. I mean, I know where I got it from, like the store, but I don't know where in life it came from. Sorry, where, like what brand it is. It's just like generic bulk Orzo. Okay. So we're going to go with 1/4 cup is 50. So 1 and 1/4 cup. That is 250 grams. How many ounces is that? 8.9. Okay, sorry. That was a lot. That was a lot more than I was expecting it to be. Apologies. We're gonna get the chicken out. The chicken is which cup of chicken is this? Hold on. I have 2 cups. I have 2 different cups of chicken. This is the 380 one. This is okay. This is 2.5 cups of chicken. I just want to know which one we're using to start. Used in test. Okay. So we have our chicken ready to go, our Orzo ready to go. We're going to do lemon. Lemon, we're going to do like just one whole lemon. We're going to zest the lemon first, then we're going to juice the lemon. We're going to see how much juice that is by volume. I'm going to weigh it because lemon juice is roughly the same as it's the same density as water, so I don't really need to worry about whether or not I don't need to like measure it with a little spoon. I can just measure it with weight. First, we're going to zest it though. I always feel like if you are using a lemon or any type of citrus in a recipe, if it doesn't call for zesting it, that you should just zest it anyway, and you can put that zest in a little Tupperware container in the fridge. In the freezer. You can put that zest in a little Tupperware container in the freezer and keep it. And then when you want a little bit of extra citrus in something, when you have a recipe that calls for lemon zest, but you don't have lemons, or it calls for more zest than you have worth of lemons, you have a little extra reserve. It's good for topping cookies or baking. It's good for salads. It's just a nice little extra flavor enhancer to have available and for very little extra actual effort. Let's measure out what this is by teaspoon wise, just so that I know. So we have 1, that's about 1, and about 2. So about 2 teaspoons of zest here, roughly. I mean, not everything's going to be the same, but what I will say is you should like zest a lemon and then, basically 2 teaspoons worth of lemon zest. And what I'm going to say is if you're using regular like lemon juice, to add, an extra like 1/4 teaspoon worth of lemon juice out of a bottle. But if you're not zesting the lemon yourself, using a 1/4 teaspoon of additional juice out of a bottle will help kind of bring the flavor to where it's supposed to be. But definitely zest the lemon ahead of time, regardless of whether or not you're using it. Put it in a nice cube tray, put it in a little oil. I just put mine in a little container, just in as it is. It freezes. It doesn't have the same texture when you thaw it, but frequently most things don't. So it still has a good flavor. Phoenix says normalize having an ice cube tray. Right. Yeah, the ice cube tray with all various like little bits of nonsense in it is ideal. I love a stock bag. Okay, let me wash my hands real quick. I feel like they're not... Before I get lemon juice on them, let me put them, put some soap on them first. Okay, now this dinner should be really, once I start cooking, it's really straightforward. It should only take about I mean, the only thing you're cooking in here really is the orzo. The chicken should already be cooked, and then once the orzo is cooked, you're just like putting butter in it and melting it. You're putting the lemon juice in there and melting that. Melting it. You're putting the lemon juice in there, period. And then you're adding like dill and feta to it, which don't cook. So everything is comes together real quick after you've got your orzo cooked. So we're squeezing this lemon now, or I'm juicing this lemon and into a strainer, so we just get the juice, none of the seeds and pulp. Now this lemon, though, I'm gonna add. We're gonna put the peel of this into a cocktail shaker and make a little lemonade out of it. Or I'm just gonna shake it up with some water and drink that. I don't deign to call that lemonade, but it's a second life for the rest of that lemon in there. All right, so juice, that is 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Can I get 40? Can I get 40? 40. Right, we got 40 grams of lemon in there. 40 grams is 40 milliliters. 40 milliliters is just over 2 tablespoons. So about 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, I would say. Juice of 1 lemon, about 2 tablespoons. That's the end of it here. Okay. 40 milliliters, 30 milliliters, 15 milliliters is a tablespoon. 30 is 2. 40 is a tablespoon and a half. I don't know. Close enough. We're very close. We're very close. 9, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior, to you. How about 40? Girl World crossover. Is that an important number? Am I treading on sacred ground here? I don't want to get too far afield here from my awareness. Butter, we use about 4. Let's go with 4 tablespoons of butter. I am going to say to go ahead and use salted butter because fuck it. Because I like salted butter. Amber's girlfriend offered 40 chicken nuggets. You think you could eat 40 chicken nuggets? I know I could eat 40 chicken nuggets. That's 1 tablespoon of butter per serving. I'm thinking this is going to be 4 servings because it's about half a box of orzo. Feta. Okay, feta is generally sold in a 6-ounce container. This is a 7-ounce container for some reason, but that's 200 grams. We're going to crumble this. Let's see. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to open this now. When I get to the part of this where I'm actually going to use it, I will measure how much I'm using, because I'm just going to sort of eyeball it. I'm probably going to put about half of it in there to start. But this is basically just a block of whole feta. I think what I would probably tell you is what I'm probably going to call for in the final version of this recipe is for the crumbled, like a container of the crumbled feta, which I think usually comes in a 5-ounce container. I'm not positive, but I think that's going to be the way to go. Now, the last thing that I want to get ready is dill. Dill is a divided ingredient, meaning I'm going to chop it and take most of it and put it in the dish. We're going to mix it in with the pasta and the sauce. But some of it we're going to reserve for the topping. So let's take about a half a cup of chopped dill, or maybe a quarter cup. Half a cup is a lot. But I mean, this is in a dish with very few ingredients, the dill is an important one. The dill is one of the key flavors of this. One might even say it is a big dill. So we need to use enough of it. So let's chop a bunch of this. Yes, that was indeed a joke. Thank you. We tried, but not very hard. I don't love this cutting board for chopping herbs because it is just like flimsy and awful. Okay. But let's see how much this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 sprigs of dill. We're gonna measure the weight of this too. I know, as awful as it seems. This is not a thing I would ever measure the weight of. And this is the biggest difference, like, between cooking for myself and writing a recipe, is that if, someone came back and was like, do you know precisely how much dill you put in this dish? It was a little heavy on the dill. I can be like, well, I put 45 grams in. Why don't we try 30? Measuring stuff is important for me to be able to adjust. It's the adjustment that is the primary reason I measure is so that I can adjust later if I need to. Okay, so that was 8 sprigs of dill. That's about a half, and it's going to end up being about a half a cup. So, what I'm going to say is to put like all but a tablespoon of this into the dish. Yeah, that is a half cup of chopped dill, which weighs 12 grams, which is 0.4 ounces. Okay. Okay. So this is ready. These are going to go in my stock bag in the freezer, my new stock bag. The new stock bag we started today. The same as the old one, which is in there underneath of the new one. All right, so all my ingredients are prepped and ready. Let's move these things to the counter over here so they're out of the way. I'm going to do the dishes again a little later today. May or may not do those on stream. I'm going to use my scale again, so let's leave this out. I'm going to use the shaker here. We'll leave that. We'll put this dill away, and let's try these cookies. I think we're ready to give these cookies a shot. We have about 8 minutes left on my timer for an hour. This will be an hour for the cookie dough in the oven. So I'm going to try some of these beet cookies now. It is time. All of my ingredients are ready for my orzo dish. Very straightforward, very simple, ready to go. Okay, so we have two different types of beet cookies here. I'm going to try the larger one first. The larger one, one half of it has salt. The other half has sugar. Looks like that. It's looking pretty good. This is the bottom. It's not super brown, but it's definitely a different brown than it's definitely a different shade. They are red. They're quite red. I'm going to break this in half, and let's see what the inside looks like. So the inside is less red, a little less red than the outside. The inside has a little bit of, it's a red tint, but it's a little brown. Has some air pockets in it. It'll look kind of fascinating. So this is the 31 ounce cookie. I'm going to try the one with the salt on it first. Okay, that's good. First reaction is not bad, so that's a good thing. You can definitely taste beet in that. That is a beet forward cookie. It's sweet though. It's very cakey. It has a cornmeal-like texture to it, which is not off-putting, it's just a thing. The sugar, the one with the sugar on top is also very good. Okay. So that was a good experience. This is the smaller of the two. So this one has powdered sugar on one side and then granulated sugar on the other. And we're going to give that one a little break. And the inside of that has something of an orange flavor or color. The texture on the outside is more red than the inside, which is great. That's good because you want that. These are good though. They're definitely like beets. This is a beet cookie. They're very moist. And this has been drying for a while. It's cake. It's very cake-like as I'm giving it a squeeze. You can see it's not falling apart, which is good. Like it's not crumbly, but it's very, it's doughy. So I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. Let's pause on the orzo stuff for a few minutes because we're 5 minutes away. We're 5 minutes away from that dough having been in there for an hour. And I'm very curious to see what happens when when it's cooled a little bit. It has a little bit more time to sort of bind. I never love cooling down dough and refrigerating it. I'm impatient and I prefer my cookies to be immediate and available. But Sometimes you have to rest things for them to be good, and today's that day. Maybe. It's margarita time. It is lemonade time. It is lemonade time. I was juicing a lemon to for this recipe, and I decided to just put the rest of the pulp and the lemon zest in there, and now I'm making a lemonade out of it because I love lemonade. Putting a little honey in there for a sweetener. I am just going to drink right out of the shaker though. I don't see why not. It is for me, after all. I'm not making it for other people. Oh, so that would be bad. That would be bad. Good for you for remembering / being responsible for that. Out of gas in the snowblower on a snow day is not great. Not great. All right, we're gonna put some more cookie tests in the oven. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, we're gonna put some more cookie tests in the oven. When we do these next ones, I'm gonna do them on parchment paper. I'm moving away from I'm not moving away from the silicone pastry mats, but I'm moving away from using them if I only want to use them if I have to. Like I would rather use parchment, because I think that if I'm doing recipes that other people are making, I feel like parchment is more available than I feel like people have parchment paper in their house. Like not everyone buys silicone baking mats. And I feel like parchment paper is more accessible for baking purposes. So I'm sort of, as I'm considering, I'm moving away from using those mats first and using them only where they make the most sense. Example, those garlic cookies, I made them on parchment paper a couple times and they were not as good. I made them on the silicone mats and they were quite a bit better. And so for those, I'm like, I want you to use a silicone mat for those. And if you're not using a silicone mat, I would say that for those, you should probably put them on the sheet pan directly. I'm trying 2 different parchment ways too. My oven is at 350. I'm also going to try to bake these at a lower temperature because I think they were a little underdone, but they were finished. It felt like they were finished on the outside and slightly undercooked. So we're going to try it 2 ways. Let's see what works. Okay, timer's up. They've been in the fridge for an hour. Time to try it. Lemon, welcome in. The pre-cut parchment. Oh man, that does feel futuristic. I just got a bunch of lemon seeds in my mouth. So it says, do you feel like the bottle lemon juice is as good or acceptable for lemonade versus fresh lemon? I do. I do. Some people would probably argue. again, argue against that, but I I like the the lemon juice because you can use a lot more of it, frankly. Like I love lemonade, and like when you cut up a lemon, you get, 2 tablespoons worth of juice, but you can put a lot more of the bottle lemon juice in. I use it interchangeably with real lemons. I honestly don't think, for my own personal taste and preference, I don't think there's any difference at all. I'm assuming that there's different brands that have like better lemon juice. And I agree with you about the pulp. I love a pulpy lemonade. Like my favorite lemonades are the ones that they take the lemon and like squeeze it on the juicer and then just like put the lemon in, like the lemon half in the thing. Those are the best. So if you're also on team bottle, yeah, I feel like I'm just kind of whatever about it. Okay, this is solid now. Like this is definitely a cookie dough. I am going to roll some cookie balls out of this instead of using the scoop. And we're going to try 2 different things with these. We're going to try basically the same. I'm trying the same timing. So like I'm going to do 2 trays worth here. It's all going to go in at 350. We're going to do a tray with 30-gram cookies that I'm going to press a little bit, and then a couple that I'm going to press a little bit, and then a couple that I'm not going to press, that I'm just going to leave in ball form. Then we're going to do a tray of 20-gram cookies, and we're going to do the same thing. Let's do 35-gram cookies and 25-gram cookies. That's, I think that's where my head is at. Okay. So, test number 2. So notes on this were cakey, soft, and moist. That's about it. Okay, so I'm going to do 350, 1 hour. I'm going to do 35, both roll, ball, and flat. And then we'll do a tray of 25 rolled, ball, and flat. So for that first test round, by the way, I think the taste of the larger ones was I liked a little better. So I'm just we're going to try it a couple different ways and just sort of see which one works best, see which one I personally like better, right? Avo says you're supposed to use the bottled lemon juice when canning. Is that right? It's 5% acid. Oh, because it's like it's because it's consistent, right? Consistency is huge. Avo for the mixology era. That's funny. I didn't think about that for the consistency of it. You're right. Because it would have to be. Is it pasteurized or something? Okay, 35. Let's do like 4 and 4. So this is 1, 2, 9. Replacing in a carrot cake recipe would be great. These were roasted and then pureed. Vampire, welcome in. What do you think about using ramen noodles to make different recipes out of? Example, I do a quick hamburger helper style. I'm using the beef ramen packet. I love that. I love just like, let's take something from the store and make it slightly differently. I think those kind of recipes are fun. And also they give people a little additional inspiration for something they may already have in their like cabinet, which I think is always a good idea. Okay, so these are the 35, this is the 35 gram sheet. We're gonna do 4 that are just rolled and not pressed. And then I'm gonna do 4 that are rolled, and then I'm gonna press them down a little bit to start the process, start the like flattening process. Because those other ones, these are cold now. And the other ones were like fresh out of the mixer, and they didn't flatten all that much. So I am imagining that these are not gonna flatten as much as I want them to from this like large ball form. So we're gonna do 4 and 4. Well, I'm gonna roll 8, and then we'll press them. We'll select 4 to press down. There's a good amount of dough in this bowl too. Okay. So we're testing. What we're testing today is both taste and texture and cook time. We're sort of testing a lot of different things right now. And I'm doing these on the same tray, and we're going to leave them in for the same amount of time. Now, I know that the ones that I press will probably be a little bit more cooked than the ones that I don't press. And that's kind of okay. I'm just sort of looking to see, okay, are they spreading a lot or a little? Like, I'm not as worried about the cook time, right? Like some of them are going to be, the ones that I press will probably be a little more overcooked than the ones that I don't. But let's do this. Let's do this first, or now. We're going to measure the size of these as well. So these are 35 gram balls, but some people don't like using a scale, and they're wrong. But for the sake of, for their benefit, these are about 1.5 inch wide, about 1.5 inch wide balls. Okay, so we're going to press these about halfway until they're about 3/4 of an inch high. Okay. So these are the same amount of dough, just different presentation. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to press some of these even more. I'm going to press the ones over here even further. So let's say we got 2-inch rounds and 2.25 inch rounds. Yeah. So I'm actually going to write that on the sheet pan. Hold on. I need a Sharpie. I can't write in. Just had the thought that these might spread far enough. Okay. Cool. We got it. Jamie, hello. You can't condone this application of beets because you hate them. Yeah, I mean these are definitely definitely a beet cookie. And here they go. This is second test tray going in the oven. And we're going to set a timer for 12 minutes. The first cookies took 12 minutes. I think these will take longer. But we're going to look at them at 12. I know these should take longer because my oven is 25 degrees cooler than it was on the first round. And my dough is 1 hour chilled in the refrigerator. So 12 minutes. I think these are probably like a 15-minute or so cookie. Oh, Vampire. I don't want to say discovered. I was just enlightened to Rotel this past fall. I'd never used it before, the can thing, and I love it. It's such a good like additive to so many things. That sounds good though. That does sound good. Of course, you got to add hot sauce. Broccoli, hello. Got to add hot sauce. So I flattened to 2 inches round and 2.5 inch round. Okay. So next tray, we're gonna roll another tray while that one's in the oven. Next tray, we're going to do 25 gram balls, so less dough, but we're going to do the same thing. We're going to roll some, flatten some, and see what works, if, whatever. Basically, I'm trying to see what the right size of these is, right size and right timing, and we'll get there eventually. This is a bit of a slow process. Now, I want to remind folks, or not remind, but I want to note that when I was working on the garlic cookies, the 10th version of those cookies, 10th version, was the winner. So I tested those cookies 10 different times before getting to a recipe that I really loved. So I feel like this one might not take as long, but I also want to just acknowledge that there is the potential for that to happen. I am picky about the thing, and I want it to be the right thing. And I don't actually know what final texture and flavor I'm going for with these. So I am trying them with different ways, different thicknesses, different ways, because one of them is going to be oh, okay, I like that about this thing. I like this particular version for a specific reason. And then I will lean into what that was. So for the garlic cookies, I wanted them to be thin and crispy and almost translucent in the way of when you hold them up to the light, you can sort of see through them, see the light through them. These certainly are not that. They're not any of those things yet. Now, I don't know if this is, I don't think this is the right ratio of things in the dough to get a cookie that's that texture, but I don't think that's really what I want. But we're trying a couple different things just to try it. That's the point here. So I'm putting more cookies on this tray than the last one because they're slightly smaller, and I spaced them out really far, and there's quite a bit of dough here, so I can, I can just sort of cook more of them at a time, and I think that's okay. But we're getting into it. This is really good. I've got all of my ingredients ready to make dinner, which should come together in 10 to 15, 15 to 20 minutes or so. Now there will be some more measuring and some fussing and all of that, but I think we're in a good spot currently with where I wanted to be, both for my cookie timing and the stream dinner timing as a whole. So, feeling good. I hope y'all are having a good Thursday. It's the last Thursday of the month. This is the last stream of the month. Oh, is that right? It is. I didn't realize this was the last stream of the month. Hey, we made it. Yay. Today is the last day to get your Cookie Club entries in. I didn't realize that until this very, very, very moment. Speaking of cookies. Speaking of cookies, Cookie Club entries by today. You can get Cookie Club entries in until Saturday, whatever the last day of the month is, but to get them in on stream, today is the last day. So thank you for the link in chat. If anybody's curious about Cookie Club and wants to know more, there's a link to that in chat and what all of that means. We make and give away cookies once a month for members of the community. And if you want cookies sent to your house or somewhere, sent to an address, perhaps you would like some Beet cookies sent to an enemy of yours. That's also possible. Please don't give me an address that's not actually one that you're checking the mail. Just like, that'd be weird. I mean, you could. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to make this tray. We're going to do the same thing as we did with the last one. We're going to flatten them to, how tall are these? These are, well, these are also about 1.5 inches. Anyway, we're going to flatten these like halfway, and then we're going to flatten these a bunch of the way. And what I'm going to do is whichever version of this cookie comes out to be the best tasting one today, we're going to make a tray of those. That's the goal. Just so, ooh, I thought that that little beet drop landed in one of my ingredients over here, which would not be great, but would be fine. You know, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Okay, these are about 0.75 inches, and these are about 1/2 inch. All right. Okay. Round, and these are also round. Okay. I'm not sure which one of these is going to be the better. Which of any of these is going to be the best version of this. but again, we're trying different ways, and then we'll see sort of what transpires from there. I'll turn the oven light on and take a look. It'll be probably no surprise that the ones that were flattened are flattening a little more, but they're not much bigger than the other ones. I think I had these in for 12 minutes. They have been in the oven for 10 minutes. I think we're finished with these two. This tray of utensils is done. So once these are out, we'll put the other ones in. While the other ones are in, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take care of some dishes, because everything. Are we going to do that? No, I'm just going to put some dishes away while we're waiting. I don't have enough dishes over here to really do. Although I guess I do. I don't know. I always do. There's always enough. There's always enough dishes to do. 9. What kind of carbonara? I mean, obviously a bacon carbonara. Is there any specific, or is this like a classic? And when you say the bacon smell is killing you, is that like a positive? Like killing you with smells so good? Or is that a negative and like, oh my God, it's being burnt and I can't do anything about it? Okay, I'm just putting my mixer back in the cabinet, because we're finished using it. Finished using that. Oh, I just figured out something. Oh my God, amazing. I just figured out that if I put the lid on the Dutch oven upside down in the cabinet, I can put the toaster on top of it and it sits there nicely and flat. And that's amazing. I hadn't considered doing that before, and now I feel like a genius. Okay. We're putting some things away right now. That's what we're doing. Classic home cured smoked bacon. I had a single slice of lunch meat and some coffee. Oh my God. So you're like famished and dinner's not ready yet. That's the worst. I'm with you. All right. Timer's going off. Let's check. Let's check the oven here. Batteries are really dying in this thing. It doesn't even light the backlight anymore. Okay, we're gonna open the oven real quick. We're just gonna take a quick peek. All right, we're lofted, we're looking good. We're a little sticky. Okay, I'm gonna give those another 3 minutes to a total of 15. Yeah, total of 15 minutes, I think. I'm not super worried about overcooking these because they're kind of they're cake-like. If I cook them for too long, they're just going to end up getting too dry. But I think that's okay to cook them a little longer right now, because the first batch, I cooked at a high temperature and they were finished at 12 minutes, but I think they were finished on the outside and a little underdone on the inside. So we're taking a different approach. We're lowering the temperature, cooking for longer, kind of letting them fully bake. And then we'll put the next round in and we'll wait for those. While that next round is in, I do think I'm going to run a quick ad on Twitch. And I am going to do the dishes that are over there at the sink. That way they're finished. And that yeah, that way they're finished and I don't have to do them later. Pretty much everything goes in the dishwasher, but needs to get rinsed off and put in there. So, all right, we got a couple minutes, 2 minutes, a minute and a half left on these in the oven. So I'm just like, I'm not starting anything new because I've only got a few moments to do that. I'm gonna put this dough back in the oven or in the fridge here for a moment though, because I'm not gonna use that for at least another 15 minutes. We'll put these in for 12 again. These are smaller, 10 grams less than the ones that are currently in the oven. So these may end up cooking a little quicker. They spread, but they didn't spread too much. They did stay pretty much perfectly round, which is kind of nice. I'm wondering if I don't think they're gonna, I'm wondering if I do like a bang the pan. I'm curious if they will fall like other cookies do. They don't seem like they would. They seem pretty sturdy. They didn't sink at all either, or they didn't flatten when they were resting on the rack. So we'll see what happens with these when they come out. Okay, about 22 seconds left on my clock. I think, yeah, I'm gonna pull these at 15 minutes just regardless of whether or not I'm gonna pull them at 15 minutes. So, because I just want to see what that is. Maybe they need to cook longer, maybe they don't. I don't know. Well, let me take a look at them. Yeah, they are slightly browned around the feet. We have, when I press them, they spring back a little bit, but these are looking good. Let's put these over on the tray, and then we're going to put these next ones right in the oven immediately. So we'll put these in, we'll do a 12-minute timer. A 12-minute timer to start. Hold on. I'm going to put two fresh batteries in here because I only have 2 fresh AAA batteries, but I feel like I don't want the batteries to die in here before my timer is out. So I'll put 2 fresh ones and 1 old one, and hopefully that works. Cool, it works. And then we'll charge all of them. Okay, so at 12 minutes, I'm going to do a 15-minute timer as well. We'll start both of those. We're going to let those cool off for a few minutes on the sheet pan. Yeah, we're going to let those cool. Can I take those off of the sheet pan yet? I'm wondering if this is worth trying to take them off now. Because I think one of the things that one of the things I noted about these earlier was that they were not right where you are. No.
I was seeing if we could see this cabinet, and it is.
Yeah.
What's up, you guys?
I want to get a snack back if they want.
What do you want? Okay, what do you want? What do you want? I got it. What do you want?
Can you open it?
Okay.
And not that one below it, please.
How about this? No. Okay. No, I don't want that thing you bought. Okay. What? What do you want?
Can you pull out the snack back?
Oh my God. What, bro? Pick
Yeah, okay, Daddy, Mommy-o.
pick something.
What am I getting started?
Calvin's not camera shy. Calvin is wearing personally identifying information on his clothing.
I can get it in time. A bag of Takis, please.
This? Okay. Why don't you empty some of these into a plastic bag and take that with
Yeah,
you?
I know. That's what I'm doing. That's what I was seeing if I had time to do it.
Here.
That's why I was like, yeah, I have time. What? No, I don't right now. What?
Good? Good?
Good.
Okay. And you need a water bottle? Got you. Okay. He's coming.
Thank you.
Okay. Woo! Those Takis are spicy. What are those?
Stale.
They're stale.
That's what they are.
Okay. Do they get they get spicier when they get stale?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, it is. For most things, it's not.
Damn.
But it is.
That was a spicier Taki than I think I can recall. I better get another one of those. Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, I wonder if I can take these off of the tray. You're welcome. Have fun at karate. I wonder if I can take these off of the tray and put them right on the cooling rack. Because last time, I thought they were a little bit, I thought they were a little bit, it felt like they were a little bit wet underneath. Like they steamed on the tray. So we're gonna, I'm gonna try these. As I mentioned, we're gonna take a quick break here. I'm gonna put a Game of Words on stream up. I'm gonna file all of the dishes in the sink. When we come back, we're gonna get these cookies out of the oven and see what the deal is with them. There's 8 to 11 minutes left on there. Once those are finished, we're gonna put our final big tray of cookies in. So we're gonna bake a tray of cookies with whichever version of these, ends up being the best. And we'll bake them to completion, and then we'll make dinner. So these look good. I'm very pleased with the way these turned out so far. These were the ones here were the flat ones. No, sorry. These were the ones this way. So these on this side were flattened first. These are flattened the most, and then a little bit, and then not at all. And it's hard to see without tipping them. Actually, hold on. Let's come to this camera angle, and then you can kind of see it better. But these ones were not pressed down at all. These ones were pressed down the most. And you can see they're a different loft. So those ones look kind of flat. These ones look domed, which is to be expected because I didn't press the domed ones. But how do the bottoms look? Bottoms look good. Bottoms look colorful, a little brown. They're still pretty warm, but the bottoms of these also are browned. And the interesting thing about these is they smell like roasted beets. Like these smell like beets. Like when I took the beets that were just fresh roasted beets out of the oven and opened that package, that's what these smell like. So that's good. That's maybe not what you want, but definitely what I want out of this situation. So, okay. For anyone who's hanging out, we're going to do a quick words on stream break. If you're new to stream, we run a Game of Words on stream whenever we run an ad on Twitch. If you don't want to experience the Twitch ad, you can follow along on YouTube. There is a link to that in chat. We have a camera that I need to reset that is on the sink. So we're gonna do a sync camera during that time. So let's just go ahead and deactivate and reactivate. There we go. Looks roughly the same. Words on Stream is a Scrabble-like game. You'll enter the words that you see in the letters at the top of the screen into chat. And if it makes a word, it will be entered into the box. And if we get all the words, we get a board. And if we get a board, we get to keep playing. And we get to keep playing during the ad break anyway. Like I said, I know that ads are not everyone's favorite, but I appreciate y'all sticking around for them. Words on Stream is also a great way to get your first time chat out of the way if you are new to stream, or you're just not really a chatter, but you like to just get a word in every once in a while. Pick one, spell one. Anyway, we're gonna run a quick ad. We'll be right back. Here comes a game of Words on Stream. 3, 2, 1. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. And again, no ads on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. We'll be right back.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
And I'm just going to go ahead and load up the dishwasher and load up the dishwasher. So we got everything measured out now. I don't need any of I can put all my measuring cups and things like that in the dishwasher this time, as opposed to having to wash them. So this will go a little quicker. And I do want to scrub the sheet pan this time because I do. I don't need to justify why, because it needs to get clean just like all the other shit. All right. But we're waiting on some cookies in the oven. We are working through some dishes, and pretty shortly here we're going to be making dinner. Dinner is again a recipe that I am working on today. We've already done all of the work to like measure and weigh and do all the ingredients and like got all that down. I just need to get the process down and the timing. But that's going to happen in real time because it's actually cooking. You can't be like, you can't sort of cook a thing. I mean, you can sort of cook a thing. I guess you can sort of cook a thing. Anyway, last guesses. We got another one coming up. Elsie, get off the counter. This goddamn cat, get off. One of the cats is up on the counter. She smelled chicken, but I was watching her, and the moment she hopped up, I was on it. I was on it. Okay. We're working though. We're working. All right. Ads are going through, almost done. Thanks for the patience. Anybody who can hear me, thank you for being a subscriber or for having a Twitch Turbo membership. Hey, if you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. If you're still hanging out, welcome back. If you left, bye. And if you didn't leave and you're annoyed about the ads, you can be a subscriber. There's a little button right under the stream that'll show you just how to do that. You could even use your Prime sub. If you're a Prime, Amazon Prime member, you can subscribe to any Twitch channel once a month for free. You can get a month-long subscription to any Twitch channel. Not for free. I mean, you're already paying for Prime, but if you're paying for Prime, you might as well give away your Prime sub, and I'm happy to take it if you got one. And if you don't got one, I appreciate you anyway. We will be back in just a moment. We got last guesses coming up here. We got one more guess for everybody right now. And when that's over, we'll be back. Unless we clear this board, which, not gonna lie, y'all, isn't looking good. But you're trying, and I see it, and I appreciate it regardless. but we just finished the dishes and my timer's going off, my first timer. So the second timer is the second timer is probably the important one. But let's come on back over here. Okay. We're going to come back over to the main screen. Here we are. All right, we have cookies out of the oven that are already over here. I'm going to check these cookies in the oven. These are the 25-gram cookies. Reminder, they're 10 grams less than the last one, so they might be finished. They might be roughly about the same. They're not quite. I'm going to leave these for 15 minutes also. So we got another 2 minutes on this one. And then we'll see where they're at. These have been resting for 10 minutes now. These are feeling a little firmer than the other ones. These are the ones that were pressed down. The ones that were not pressed are cakey. They're not... Yeah, they're very cakey. They're very soft. They're also still a little warm. But I'm leaning towards, I like a cookie that's a little solid. Chewy is good, but I like a little crispy edge. And these do not have that, at least yet. These do. So I think we're going to get the next round of cookies out of the oven. And then we're going to, we're going to get the next round out of the oven. We're going to see what those look like. Just based on what they are visually, I'm leaning towards a tray of these 35-gram cookies pressed as flat as possible. Because these look the most like what I think I want, ultimately. But I don't know. We'll see. Regardless, we're going to do another tray of cookies here, and then we're going to make dinner. I'm holding off on the making dinner process for a little bit because I don't want to have to reheat it. I mean, it's going to be reheated anyway, but I want to be able to just like make it and, have it stay on the stove and be hot because I'm feeding it to my family for dinner tonight. So there's a reason that I wanted to, there's a reason I wanted to do the dinner last today. Anyway, we got about 20 seconds left on those cookies. I'm considering that I might want to actually leave these in a little bit longer, but I don't know. They're more cake-like than I usually make cookies. So let's see. 9. What is a retelling of Hansel and Gretel by Stephen King and Maurice Sendak? That's a duo. That's an interesting duo. I'm assuming it was written by Stephen King and illustrated by Maurice Sendak. Stephen King not being a noted illustrator and all. Sounds cool. So if you did miss words, we just had words, but that's okay. Now we don't have any ads. Yay. All right. These just came out of the oven. Okay, we're going to go with the 35-gram pressed flat cookies, and we're going to put 4. They can go on the tray 4 by 5 because they're relatively small. Before we do that, though, I'm going to show you a cat. Meow. Yeah, I'm going to show you a cat. Oh, baby. Look at this baby girl. Baby girl got her claws clipped today. She got a pedicure and a manicure. She didn't want either one of those things, but they happened anyway. And then she got a churu. You know what a churu is? It's like a Go-Gurt for cats, but instead of being filled with yogurt, it's filled with like liquid cat food. And it's super disgusting if you're not a cat. And if you are a cat, it's super delicious. And all the cats love them. This is Elsie. She's been lurking around. She really wants the chicken that's on the counter, and she's not going to get it. And when I try to feed her regular chicken, she doesn't eat it. She doesn't want it. She only wants churros. Yeah. Baby girl. This is a baby cat. Yeah, she only wants it if she can't have it. That's the thing. Elsie got her name 9 because she is named after, all the cats are named after their colors. So this is Little Calico. Obi is Orange Boy, OB, and Ash is gray. So he's Ash. Initially, when we first were fostering them, we just called them Calico, Orange, and Gray. Yeah, Lauren on YouTube, she is very patient. All of the cats, so we fostered these cats from the day that they were, from them being 1 day old. So Elsie has lived in this house since she was like 24 hours old. And all of the cats are very used to being handled, like picked up, manipulated, shaken around. We have a 10-year-old. And so he likes to pick up the cats. I like to pick up the cats. Gwen picks up the cats. She doesn't pick the cats up as much as he and I do, but they're all just like extremely sort of like, just like when you pick them up, they're just like, I'm being handled now. But the thing is that we never, ever, ever drop the cats or break their trust. You never drop them. You never just like, like jokingly. When you put them down softly. So they don't mind being up because they trust that when they want to get down, they can get down. When she like makes a move and wants to be released, I will just immediately put her down. And when I decide it's her time to get put down, she just goes down very gently. And we put her on the floor, on her feet. And so they are very trusting. They don't mind being held because they have not had a bad experience being held. That's important. They do shed though, and they get cat fur in basically everything. So I like to keep myself a little like brushed off. All right, so we're gonna roll a final tray of cookies here. These are our like main tray. Denzel, how are ya? Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. We're gonna do a main tray of cookies. I'm going to just gonna use the same parchment paper. We're gonna do the 35-gram cookie balls, and I'm gonna press them flat. I'm gonna press them flat. Did we get big Elsie's on the screen? That's fun. She's Elsie is the most Elsie is like the de facto leader amongst the 3 cats. She's got like big older sister vibes, and she's definitely just like the one who's in charge. She's the most just like the most all around like cat leader. Who is yelling? Cyborg! That one sounded like a real cat in the room, and I thought it was. I was like, because Elsie was just yelling up on the steps. She was just up on the steps meowing. And I thought she had come back down in the room, and that was not the case. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bake these cookies. We're going to press them down. I have a theory that they are going to be better if I bake them for like 18 minutes. So I'm going to do that. I want to try and bake them for a little longer and just see what happens. Did I end up adding food coloring? I did not. They seem sufficiently red. I think if I added food coloring, I could, I mean, they would be redder, but I didn't think it needed it. I'll show you one in a moment. I don't know. I mean, can you, if you're watching, they're the most recent out of the oven ones are over here on the counter. They're red, but they're not like bright red, vibrant, bright. If that makes sense. They're recognizably red though. And I think if I don't need to make them dyed, I don't really want to. Like, I don't have a thing against food coloring. But I think if I dyed them, they would look dyed. But if they are like naturally that color, I think that that's cool too. All right, now Daisy's chiming in. Okay, I actually don't think I have enough to do enough dough to do 4x5. So we're gonna start laying them out in 4x5, and then we'll get to where we get to with what we have left in here. But I think we're gonna do a little longer bake on these and just see what happens, because I like a cake-like cookie, but I really want them to be, as firm as possible. That's sort of the ideal outcome. I would love a crispier cookie, I guess is my thought. I personally don't love like soft cake-like cookies. Not a big fan. So, because these cookies are, because I'm making them and I'm sort of making them how I want them to be, I'm going to try to get them to be taste-wise and texture-wise what I want them to be. So we're working towards that. And we're doing 35 gram cookie balls here. Some of them are 36. Sorry. And that is going to be that. Okay, so actually I can do 4x3, and that'll be 3, 4. Oh wait, that's where I was like, where did my other one go? There it is. Okay, so we're going to flatten these as much as possible, not as much as possible, but we're going to flatten these until they are pretty darn flat, which means that they're not going to spread all that much from their flattened state, but they also won't be as domed in the center. Now, I said, I'm fine with a chewy cookie. I don't love a cake cookie. You prefer shortbreads to cookies. Yeah, Marianne, I get that. I'm sorry, I wasn't like waiting to respond until you, until you phrased it differently. That's just how it worked out. A shortbread texture is great. Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I love a shortbread style cookie. I have right now in my freezer, I have logs of cookie dough that are shortbread style chocolate chip cookies that are like cut and bake essentially. So I'm actually going to put a little dimple, just like a tiny little dimple in the middle of these to try to get them to dome even less. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to also, before I pop these in the oven, I'm going to take a picture of this tray, because if this turns out to be flavor / texture that is a winner in my head, I want to sort of remember what what that looked like. Wipe your lens. If you're taking a picture with a camera phone, wipe your lens. It's a best practice, and I promise you that your pictures will look a million, not a million, that's hyperbole. They will look a lot better. A lot better. If you just wipe the lens of your phone, t-shirt, towel, whatever, scarf, literally the back of your hand would work too. All right, so let's do, I put all those other ones in for 15. Let's do 15 minutes. And then I'm going to do another timer for 18 minutes. And then we'll see what happens with those. While we're waiting for those, though, we're going to start our dinner process because it is 18:14 right now. I want to be finished making dinner by 1900. And then we can reconvene on the cookies and the dinner. But before I do that, I'm going to take these off the tray because these have rested for a little bit. Now these are the 25-gram cookies, and they're a little bit firmer, which is to be expected because they bake for the same amount of time as the 35-gram cookies and were 10 grams smaller. So that makes sense to me. All right. Just put that sheet pan over there. These are looking glossy. Love to see it. Okay. So let's do, let me just put, speaking of Post-it notes, we were talking about Post-it notes earlier in stream. I just want to make sure I know which tray is which. Wait, that's upside down. 35 grams. So these are the 35 grams. I know what order they're in because they're in the same order on both racks. And we're going to do, essentially, we're going to do a taste test of like both of these and just see sort of what ends up closer to what I want it to be. Okay, cookies are done. Let's start with the dinner process because the next rack of cookies, I just need to look at and pull off the stove when it's ready. I'm not doing anything else to it. I am putting it on a cooling rack though. So let's get that out before I even start. I'm not frantic about it later. Okay, here we go. Let's do that. We're gonna move all of my dinner ingredients over here. We got orzo, we got chicken, we got lemon, we got butter, we got feta, we have dill. I did not put any toppings on these cookies, by the way. I didn't. I was thinking about it, but I thought about it after the fact. I think I'm gonna let those be as they are and not put like topping stuff on them. That way I'm just sort of evaluating them all evenly. The first ones I did put toppings on, but then I realized I was like, oh, if I like the taste of one of these better, is it because of the sugar or is it because of the salt? Like, so I didn't really make enough of each of them to put 3 different toppings on 3 different cookies, you know? So, really haven't had anything with beetroots but juice and borscht. Well, we love borscht. Did I make borscht on stream or did I just make that for myself? I don't recall. I think I made it on, it was fine. I would make it again. I wasn't I wasn't in love with it when I made it, but I also had never made it before. So there's that. Let's see if we can get this camera out to work for at least the next like 20 minutes or so. I don't know if it will, I don't know how it'll do. This one's been frustrating as hell. And I don't know if it's the camera, if it's OBS, not really sure why it's not working very well, but it's not. first off, let's take a look. This is an all-clad pan, but I don't know what size. I don't know what size this is, and it doesn't say it. It's the bottom's worn off, so I'm going to. Yeah, this will be fine. I'll use this. This will be good. Okay, we're going to follow our directions. Our directions are into the stainless steel skillet, set to medium high, add the orzo and olive oil. So let's set this to medium high. That is 4.5 out of 7 on my stove. Let's see if that camera's going to work. I bet it doesn't. I bet it's the sink. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It worked. Okay, let's cut to that camera then. Anyway. Yeah, we're going to zoom in just a little bit here. And we'll move that over there so it's more on the screen. Let's do orzo. So we have orzo ready to go here. We're going to do 2 tablespoons of olive oil. So noting 1 and 2. 2 tablespoons of olive oil. And then we're going to pour the orzo in. I need 2.5 cups of water. So I'm going to let that oil heat for just a second. I'm going to fill this with 2.5 cups of water. And actually, let's do 3 cups. Let's do 3 cups of water because, a reminder, I want a little bit of sauce left over. So I'm going to put the orzo in and give this a stir. I'm going to start stirring. Okay, we're going to, let's see, is this hot? Okay. Getting there. So we just want the orzo coated with oil. Oh, timer. Need to time this. Count up timer. When you're cooking and working on a recipe that you're like trying to get from just like a thing that you just sort of throw together every once in a while to an actual process, the count up timer is like your best friend. Okay, and if at some point you just stop seeing like movement on the screen when you're looking at it, that means that my camera froze. So please feel free to say so in chat. Because currently I'm not looking at the screen. I can see it if I turn my head, but I'm not. I can see the chat, but I can't see the like image that I can't see what y'all are seeing. All right, so what I'm looking for here is I want this to be like sizzling and the orzo to be slightly more golden in color. That is what I'm looking. I know that's what I'm looking for physically. So let's see. For sizzling, golden color. And then I need to get ready to add my salt and my pepper. Where did I put my pepper? There it is, over on the counter. Okay, so we're going to add water, salt, and pepper here all at the same time. I'm going to put a lid on this pan when it's time for that. So I need to get my lid out. And we're going to cook the orzo in the... Cook the orzo. Yeah, that's the right lid. Okay, good. I'm going to cook the orzo in this pan until it is done. So we see we're starting to get some like browned orzo in here. I'm just toasting it is really sort of what the point of this is. It'll rehydrate just fine, but I'm using some oil to add a little bit of extra, the oil and heat to add a little bit of extra flavor by browning it just a little bit before cooking it. Speaking of cook, I got 5 cookies have been in the oven for 10 minutes now. About 5 minutes on one timer, 8 minutes on the other. So this has been in here now for 3 total minutes. So we're going to do this for about 4 minutes. This is the same thing that you do to like rice-a-roni when you're cooking it, except you cook it in butter. It's looking good, about 3.5 minutes right now. Yeah, so some of these are getting browned. Some are browner than the others. It's all good. No smoke. There's no smoke coming out of here, so that's a good thing. And I'm doing this on my medium burner. So I almost always, when I'm working on a recipe, okay, this is 4 minutes. 4 minutes. We're going to add a teaspoon of salt and a teaspoon of pepper to this in addition to the water. So we're going to do, I only have a half teaspoon measure. So let's add teaspoon, one teaspoon of salt, 1 teaspoon of pepper, and then I'm going to mix that in. And now we're going to stir in 3 cups of water. Here comes the sizzle. We're going to turn the pan to high. We're going to pour all of that in at once. I'm going to stir. We're going to bring that to a boil. I'm going to cover it. Well, I don't know if I want to cover it just yet. We're going to bring this to a boil. I was saying that I almost always use the medium burner for working on recipes because I have a simmer burner, which is like really small and not so powerful. And then I have the large burner, which is meant for like boiling water, a large pot of pasta. But some folks have different, different types of stoves and different power, different power level on your stove. I tend to want to use sort of the middle of the road, burner, not the most intense one. Bring to a boil, turn heat to medium, and cover. So we're waiting until this starts to simmer, which it's about to do. We all do have a favorite burner, Caretaker. That is deeply accurate. I'm using my current favorite burner. Sarah says, was there chicken bouillon added to the pan? No, there was not. What was added to the pan so far is 2 tablespoons of olive oil, a teaspoon of salt, a teaspoon of pepper, and 3 cups of water in addition to the orzo. I toasted the orzo, so the color that you're seeing here, the brownish color, is probably the fried orzo. And the glossiness that's on here is from the oil sitting on top of the water. So that's what we're doing. Jamie, I hope you are caught up on the pan now as well. And ordering tacos is amazing. I love that for you. And I would love that for me too. quite honestly. Okay, this is simmering. So we're getting some little bubbles coming all through here. I'm going to turn this down to medium. So a medium on this stove is 3.5, and we're going to put a lid on it. That was 7.5 total minutes. So we're going to let this cook we're going to let this cook until the orzo is cooked, and there's a little bit of water left in the pan. I don't know how long that's going to be, so we're going to come back over here and just let that one roll for a little bit here. Let me make some notes. Turn the heat to medium and cover. 3 spoons, bring to a boil. So that took 3 minutes about to come to a boil. I do know that I need to stir it while this is happening, because if I don't stir it and it starts to boil, I know from my experience in general, there's not enough water in there to sort of cycle the orzo like it would be if you dropped it in like a big pasta pot. So the orzo is likely to sort of sink to the bottom, and that means that it will burn if you don't stir it. So what I do want to check is, okay, that's been in there now for a minute. Let's check and see what this is doing, because at the heat that it was at, it should be doing sort of what it should be at its peak right now. Whatever it's doing is what it's going to do when I leave the lid on for 5 minutes versus 10. So let's take a look. We are boiling, and we're going to stir. So we're going to let that sit. We're going to stir that about every 2 minutes or so while it's in there. We're at about 2 minutes right now. So let's, I'm going to set a timer. So this should take roughly 9 to 12 minutes to cook. What does the box say? So I'm using boxed orzo today. For authentic al dente pasta, boil for 9 minutes. Okay. What I don't want is for this to dry out in the pan. That's what I don't want. We're working towards having this finish with about a half cup of water left in the pan. So I put generally the ratio is like for every 4 ounces, for every cup. Generally the ratio when you're cooking orzo is for every 4 ounces, it's a cup of water. So like for a cup of orzo, you put 2 cups of water in, because a cup of orzo is about 8 ounces. I put 3 cups in because I want there to be leftover liquid in this pan when I'm finished. So you never cook with the lid on, except for spaghetti sauce. Well, you don't want the spaghetti sauce to to sputter. I want this heat to medium low, actually, because this is starting to steam. We're starting to get out of the back side of this pan, we're starting to get some steam. My timer, that was my 18-minute timer on those cookies. Let me put an eyeball on them real quick. I'm gonna give this 2 more minutes. Started the clock on that. Okay. Let's take a look over here at the stove. So we have a pot. This is now steaming. You can see steam coming out the side of it. I'm going to open this and give it a stir. We're not sticking to the bottom. That's good. Okay, that's good. We're going to let that cook for another 2 minutes. So I'm at 4 minutes and 20 seconds total right now. 2-to-1 ratio. Yeah. Caretaker, basically exactly a 2-to-1 ratio. That's for pan cooking, like what I'm doing, where you want it to sort of finish in the pan, and you want there to be like when you cook rice and there's like no water left, but the rice is perfect. That's the sort of ratio for orzo. If you just want to cook it and like get it done and have it all be like super perfect, then you just put like 4 quarts of water. So, you know, put a bunch of water in a pot and you boil it just like regular pasta, because it is regular pasta. So, cook for X number of minutes, stirring frequently to prevent orzo from sticking. Orzo should be cooked through al dente with about, let's say, a half a cup water remaining. Okay, so that is the end. That is a 20-minute cook on these cookies. We're going to pull these out now and let these start to cool off. Yeah, these look great. And I'm starting to see some actual like browning and crispiness around the edges of some of these, which is lovely. Okay, and they're all pretty uniform, so I'm happy about that. All right, we're going to stir this orzo again. We're at 6 minutes, so come on back over to the stove. Hopefully the camera still works. It does. All right, we're going to give this a look. So this is 6 minutes. We're starting to look a little bit saucy, which is good. We like that. So I'm just going to stir that. I'm going to put the lid back on. We're going to let that go until 8 minutes. We're going to let that go until 9 minutes. At 9 minutes, I'm going to try it and see what's up. So of all the Beet cookies, I only ate 2. This made 12, 24, 32. This makes about 32 cookies, that recipe. I'm also taking into account the fact that I ate 2. I ate 2 and that some of them are smaller. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 20, 3, 6. So this makes about 30 cookies. I just did like a little bit of math. Okay, that makes about 30 cookies or so. And we're at 8 minutes on the orzo. We're going to test that for doneness in 1 minute. I can see on the stove here, it is steaming. Like the side of that pot is really steaming. I have this at a 3 out of 7. So with the lid on, it's cooking. It's cooking pretty well. Now, it is circulating a little bit. So when I've been stirring it, nothing's been sticking, which is great, which is what I was hoping for and wanted. Not what I was expecting, but it is nice that that's true. Okay, 8 minutes, 45 seconds. We're going to try this at 9. Next into here, we're going to add the butter and lemon. Add the chicken, dill, and feta. Now, I don't know how much feta we're going to add to this, so we are going to figure that one out on the fly. We're at 9 minutes of cooking the orzo. Let's come over and check that out. Woo! Okay, so this looks really good. I think this is finished. Take a look. I mean, not a look. We're gonna have a try here. Yeah, Done. Okay, 9 minutes on the nose. That's perfect. I'm gonna turn the heat off. Remove from heat. Add the butter and the lemon. Oh, that is salty enough. Perfect. So we're gonna add the butter. And the lemon. And we're going to stir those in until the butter is melted. Now, this will continue to absorb. I'm actually going to say to leave the heat on here until the butter is melted, because I kind of want it to keep steaming a little bit. This was there's a little too much liquid left in here, but also at the same time, I think it was like, we'll see what happens when I add the chicken in here, because the orzo is also going to continue to absorb a little bit of this. Now, I can tell you right now, this is not going to be enough food for Gwen and Calvin are going to be a little annoyed because there's not a ton of this. So I think the other thing is I want to drop the amount of water in here down to 2.5 cups. So notes. Drop water to 2.5 cups. So I think that'll be sort of the right amount. Yeah, okay. And also, this is just now starting. That just started to boil a little bit again. So we're going to add the chicken. Now this is basically half of a chicken. Okay, I can turn this off. That's what I want. I want it to come up to a boil again. Like, take the lid off, add the butter, add the lemon, and then bring it back to a simmer. Because now, look at my sauce in here, right? There's like no liquid. Like, the moment it hit a simmer, it was perfect. So, we like that. All right, so this is looking good. So I've got basically half of a rotisserie chicken in here, a half of a box of orzo. I have lemon and salt and pepper. We're going to now add feta cheese to this. I'm going to add all but a tablespoon of the dill to this. So let me get a tablespoon out and actually like measure that out. Because I want to use a little bit of that for topping. Caretaker says, are there any veggies going in this or on the side? Nope. No. There could be. We were talking about it earlier and had said that like artichoke would be really good in here. Peas would be really good in here. But I don't have anything that is a like planned veggie for this recipe. This is sort of just like a saucy pasta dish. All right, I'm washing my hands because I'm about to do the feta here. And I think I might end up using the whole block of feta. I'm not really sure, but I'm going to put it in. I'm going to put it in before our before it's off the burner. Quilpy, welcome in. Been lurking. Hey, congrats on the 20th check-in. Big news. Big news. That's a Cookie Club entry. Big news. Okay. So I have a 7-ounce container of feta here. Let's do this. I'm going to take the cheese out of here. We're going to weigh that in this bowl. So that is 7 ounces of cheese. That is perfect. That's 7 ounces of cheese, not 7 ounces of full container. So a general feta container is usually 6 ounces. So we're going to crumble most of this cheese into here. And stir it in. And then we're going to take about 1 ounce of that. We're going to weigh this again in just a moment here. And we're going to keep maybe like 1 ounce worth to the side. Hold on. Yeah! So close, 0.85 ounces. Hold on, I'm going to take a little bit off because I want about 6 ounces. Yeah, okay, that's 1 ounce. That's 1 ounce remaining. Marianne, this is feta. Yes. So mixing in the feta. I just crumbled it. You could use feta crumbles. Like I just got the whole block of it and did it by hand, which obviously was super easy to do. That took basically no time. So we're going to mix in the feta. Now that it's off the heat, I turn the heat off. The feta and the dill. And that is your finished dish. Chicken, feta, orzo, dill, seasonings. Now I salted and peppered the orzo because the chicken is going to be a rotisserie chicken. And so that'll come pre-seasoned. The feta is salty already. So the only thing you really need to season here is the pasta, and you do that in the water while it's being cooked. So basically once it's finished, you don't need to do anything else with it. Now this is a ridiculous amount of feta to keep. So I'm going to call for 6 ounces, but like I'm going to put this other ounce in here because like I'm not putting that back in the fridge. What am I going to do with a single ounce of feta? You know what I'll do? I would lean my head into the fridge. I would look at it. I would probably just pop the whole thing in my mouth, and then I would get a snack, whatever other snack I was looking for after that. We're also going to add in the lemon zest. So this is the juice of 1 lemon and the zest of 1 lemon. And I'm going to mix that in. And we're going to give this a shot. We're going to try this. I'm not going to eat too much of this because this is dinner. And if I like fill a bowl with this, I know that I could eat this whole pan. Wouldn't be a problem. But shit. Pause. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I have to weigh this as it is right now. And then later I'm going to weigh the pan by itself. Because sometimes I'll go and I'll like dump everything out of the pan and I'll weigh it right then. We're not going to do that right now. We're just going to weigh this in its entirety before I eat anything. 2,908 grams. Okay, great. Yield. 2,908 grams. That's 102.6 ounces. Okay. Luke, thank you. Appreciate that. Darlene on YouTube, thank you. All right. So let's try this. And we're going to say, when I try this, we're gonna go, that's really good. It needs salt. Watch it happen. That's literally every time I ever make a recipe, I'm like, needs a little more salt. But, you know, par for the course. All right, well, this is also, it needs a little bit of fresh dill sprinkled on top. If you want to take a look at the camera, this is the dish. This is the dish that we have made. It is a orzo lemon chicken feta dill pasta situation, and there's some beet cookies on the counter over here too. We're going to show you those in just a minute here, but let's try this and see how it turned out. That is super good. That does not need salt. Okay, I lied. It is salty enough. That needs less salt. Slightly less salt. But it's good. It is a little tiny bit liquidy. So I think what I'm going to say, why is it so liquidy? I think what I'm going to say is, I just got myself another little spoonful. It's really good. This is actually really tasty. I'm not surprised. It's got like all the right flavor there. Okay, so you want to add a half cup of water remaining, make the sauce, add the butter and lemon, boil, remove, heat. So I don't want you to take this off the heat. Add the dill, add the chicken, dill and feta, stir to incorporate, serve with additional fresh dill on top. Okay, cool. That's what I want. This is good and ready. I'm gonna put a lid on this on the stove because this is ready to go for dinner for the fam tonight. I'm actually gonna pop this in the oven. As the oven was on at 350, the oven was on basically all afternoon, so I can just put that in the oven and it'll stay warm in there. But let's man, those are good. Okay. I like this. I'm curious what the family's going to think of this. It's tangy. It's like tangy and salty. The feta is definitely, I was right to call it lemon chicken because lemon is the dominant flavor in here, which is good. I like that. I'm really happy with how this turned out. Like, I also, oh my God. Yeah, obviously I'm happy with how it turned out. Look at how I'm eating this. I'm also happy that scaling this recipe would be very easy. You could very simply just bump the volume in there of each of those things with very little difficulty if you had a larger pan. The other thing that I was saying that you could add to this are chopped dates. Like if you wanted to add a sweet component to it, like salty, sour, and sweet, you could add a couple chopped dates to it, which I'm going to do to mine later this evening. I have a few dates that I'm going to pop into mine, and probably Calvin's because he's a big old date fan. All right, let's check these cookies though. Wilma, hello. We are about to. We've tried the cookies, but I have all of my like final tests and sort of ready to goes out and ready to go. I'm going to take these off the pan. Yeah, these are a little firmer than the other ones, at least on the top. They're still soft underneath. So I'm like, I got to sort of look up a little bit and see sort of if there's like, I want to make some adjustments, but I think these have been good so far. The ones that I tried initially were very good. So we're going to try another couple here. We're just going to eat some cookies for science. Right? Like you got to. It's literally for science. Okay, let's move, though, this tray out of the way. And this tray is finished. My oven is off. It is slightly cracked because I don't want it. I only just turned it off a second ago, or a few minutes ago, and I don't want the dish in there to like completely dry out. It shouldn't. It's got the lid on. Alrighty. Well, here's the results of our experiments today. We have beet cookies. Some of these are upside down, by the way. I don't know if that's like... No, okay. No, none of them are upside down. They're all right side up. Let me get my compost bin off the floor there too. All right. We have 35-gram cookies, 25-gram cookies, and then these are all 35-gram cookies here. Let's try... I want to try one of the regular ball 35-gram cookies. This is the first ones that I made. They are completely cool to room temperature now. Great color. Inside is cakey and slightly oranger than the other ones. They taste like beets, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. These taste like fucking beets. But like good. Like if you like beets, you would be like, damn, that's different. They are sweet. They have a very cornmeal-like vibe to them, which is reasonable because I use rye flour, which is a little bit thicker, I think. Anyway, that was really good. I'm going to try one of the flat 35-gram cookies. Now, I'm going to try one from this tray. Sorry, because this was the one that was cooked first. So they're cool. These are like cold right now. They're room temperature. This looks very, very similar. All the color on these, no matter what size they are, is basically exactly the same. So this is a beet cookie. There's the top. The bottom is the same color as the inside. But again, these are kind of cakey. And they're a little, they're not very springy. Like once you compact them, they're sort of flat. But they're also not falling apart. Like you can hold this up like a cookie and have it not snap. So they're not, they're firm enough that they have some like structural integrity to them, which is good. Because otherwise, what are we even doing here? Okay. That is tasty. I mean, they taste like beets, y'all. Like I'm happy because what I wanted out of this was a cookie that you could tell very distinctly had beets in it. And that's what we have. Let's try one of the 25-gram ones. Now, this one was intriguing to me because this one has some lacing around the outside of it. When I say lacing, I mean like this little bit here is browner and sort of spilled out a little bit. It seemed to be like when it was spreading where it broke through the spread, it is thinner and therefore like a little crispier. And as stated earlier, I love a crispy cookie. So for science, we got to do it. The interior of these is much the same as the other ones. Although this looks a little bit browner somehow. I'm not sure. This is the 25-gram pressed flat cookie. Man, they're all good. I like the crispier parts of it. Yeah, I like the crispier parts of it. I don't want the whole thing to be like that. I don't want the whole thing to be like crispy edges. But I wouldn't hate it if it was. All right, now this is the 35-gram cookie we just pulled out of the oven a few minutes ago. This has the most sort of lacy edges on it. You can actually see light through the top of this one. I love that. You can see this has a little bit of brown color around the outside. And the structural integrity of this one, this is warmer still. So as they cool down, they firm up. These are definitely a let them cool all the way cookie. Very good. I think these need less liquid in them. They're very moist. They're very, very, very cakey. So I think either that or another egg. Another egg might be helpful. All right, let's try one more. I think I'm the only one. Like, Calvin's going to be interested in these, but he's going to want like whatever other shit that he has for snacks. These are not going to be like a snack. We have some friends coming over this evening, and honestly, I don't know if they're going to be interested in eating these at all. Sometimes it surprises me, and sometimes they're like, no, thank you. But I'm definitely going to eat a bunch of these because they're very good. I'd be happy with these as they are. And they're not quite what I want. If someone was like, here, try this beet cookie, I would be like, that's really good. Knowing that I made these, though, I'm like, that's really good. And I think we can do better. I know we can do better. So, good. I think I want to take these in a firmer direction. A firmer direction. So like maybe less baking soda. So less of a rise. I want it to sort of bubble up less and spread a little more. Are they BT? They are definitely BT. Yes. That is one thing I will say is that the beet flavor comes through. The beet flavor is coming through. I'm happy about it. Like I said, I'm a little bit firmer. So I think like less baking soda and a little less liquid. And maybe a drop or two of red food coloring just to make them like bright fucking red. Maybe. Probably not. I say that, but like, I'm also very happy with the color. I don't hate the color. I love the color. In fact, I think it looks beautiful. But again, I am, as we just established, my own worst critic always. So that is sort of how it goes. Yeah, this was fun though. This is the quickest I've ever gotten from like idea to execution of something. I haven't done a recipe like from concept to for initial pass in like a week and a half before. So I'm happy about doing that at all. which is pretty cool. Let's see. Let's talk about what we're doing. We're doing next. Our next stream is going to be on Tuesday. We'll be live. I'm probably going to be doing some kitchen things. I might be doing some IRL things. I'm not positive, but excuse me. We will be live on Tuesday. Next week, I'm going to be traveling. We're going to be going to Toronto, which is in Canada. According to the weather, it's supposed to rain every day I'm going to be there, which sucks. Mainly, I say it sucks, and I actually don't care. It only is annoying for like streaming purposes, because if it's like pouring rain each day, I'm not gonna love that, and that will really put a damper on things. Sorry, that was a dad joke. You can have that one. Anyway, we are gonna be live from Toronto next week at some point. I don't know when exactly that's going to be. It might be Friday. It might be Saturday. It's going to depend on the weather. And regardless, I'm going to update the schedule in Discord, and I'm going to update the schedule on the schedule page on Twitch. So it'll be updated whatever sort of day our thing is going to be. So yeah, going to be live on Tuesday and then live from Toronto at some point. It might be Saturday. It might be Friday. It's either going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and I will update the schedule regardless. We're going to follow a new to me streamer who, we're going to raid. You can follow. I'm already following them. We're going to follow. Lou, are you serious? We're going to raid a new to me streamer who has been doing some food and drink stuff. And they stream food and drink. It looks like on Thursdays, which is cool. Oh, Nick, hello. Nick, did you see the cookies? Did I show you them? We have. Am I serious right now? I am serious. Yes. Angry Rook. What was I? Okay, Nick, here's the final product today. Sorry, we have to pause for a second because Nick was the inspiration for these. So did I make any changes? These are 35-gram cookies that have been pressed completely flat. They are sort of the best version of the ones that I made today. I have a goal, I have a next step. I'm going to try to make these a little firmer, less cake-like. So this is what the inside looks like. A little orangish. That is as true a color as you're going to get. So a little firmer, and I will say though, they taste like beets and sugar. They're very tasty. I've had like 10 of them. I was just standing here eating all the different varieties for science. Oh, Angry Rook, I did just say that. You're right. I'm just not paying attention. Beet pasta. Nice. Do you have a good recipe for beet pasta? I have a great recipe for beet pasta. I'd be happy to share if you need it. It doesn't sound like you do. Anyway, where were we going? Hold on. Nick, I will, where the hell was this channel? Fuck, I lost it. I literally lost it. There it is. Okay, I got it. Okay, cool. I'll send you a good recipe. I'll send you that in Discord. I'm going to grab it because it's somewhere over here. I swear to you, if I don't literally grab this right now, I won't remember to do it. Like, object impermanence is fucking for real. There it is. Okay. I got it. All right. I'm going to take a picture of it and send it to you. Does the beet pasta taste like beets? It absolutely does. It uses shredded raw beets and you just mix them right into the pasta. It's like the easiest fucking thing. Genuinely, it's super easy. Okay, we're going to raid a new to me streamer who goes by the name Kelly B. Kellibee. They apparently, as I am understanding it, stream in the Food and Drink channel on Thursday, and we love finding new to me food and drink streamers to raid. It is Tasty Treat Thursday over on Kelly B's stream. Kelly B, what can I tell you? What can I tell you about Kelly B? Hello, friends. My name is Kelly. I am old. I have 3 cats and a dog. Same. I like playing games, crafting, and baking. We love that. Tags on the stream include 18 and up only, chill vibes, English, safe space, LGBTQIA+, learning together, baking, and cupcakes. And we love all of those things. So we're going to go visit Kelly B. I am going to start the raid. So there's that. Somewhere in here are the things that do raid messages in chat. SoFluff is on it already. Thank you, SoFluff. I appreciate it. Here's some social media links. Also in chat, we got the good one today. The goodbye sounds are on. The next time we're live is going to be on Tuesday of next week. And you reckon it's in the dish, not in the dough. Correct. I don't have a recipe for like beet pasta in the dough. Thanks for hanging out today, y'all. I appreciate it. Thank you for indulging this weird little curiosity over beet pasta that has, or beet cookies that has cropped up recently. I appreciate y'all hanging out. If you're still hanging out on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button, please hit the like button, and it was good to see you. I hope you all have a good one.